Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 1 a.m. is the time, and today we are starting our live stream like this. We're going to push on till 8 a.m. So, this is going to be a 7 hour live stream. It's going to be strong. It's going to be fantastic. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nyanumba Codes channel. We said 8 a.m. 8 a.m. is how we're going to go about things. So, I just wanted to start by talking about the startup that we're coming up with. All right. We have an application. I have an application that we've developed. Of course, I'm definitely not going to be making it public, but here we are. I'm just going to show it off. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had this application. This is what was going on. Just to recap everything that we've been doing, okay? Okay. Right, so we've opened our app. At least the caching has finished. So this is what happens, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the app is all about. So we begin by obviously starting up our dashboard area. We have our settings area. We have the general settings, of course, the company name, the email, the location of the company, and all that kind of good stuff. We have the mail settings. We also have the banks. We have the employment types. And then we also have, now once we have the employment types, the banks and everything, we can come in here and create our administrators who can actually access the system. So there's super and junior, of course, but I want to create a system where we also have roles in play. We want to also enable the creation of the admin. We want to do security guards, but maybe later. I don't think I'll add security guards into this system just yet, like in the new one. And then we had employees, where we have a list of employees with their contract status up at hand. Then we have the create an employee form. We can create multiple employees using a template. So we put in data inside a template and then we create the employees. And then there's a number of band employees. Then there's a list of contracts. Of course, that's how we operate on all of these. And then we have the creating of the contract. We have the creating of the multiple employee contracts. We have the bank accounts. And then we have the mass addition of the bank accounts. But also these are supposed to be disabled. Then we have attendances. Okay. So we monitor attendances of employees. We have to add attendance. All right, then we have the creation of multiple attendances coming in from biometrics. And then we have extra hours. This is overtimes. Of course, now we also track overtimes the same way we track attendance. We have the addition of overtime records and creating of multiple overtime records. Then we have leave types, and then we have leaves. So leave types are annual leave, sick leave, and when we create a leave type, we create the title, the description, the number of days that somebody can take maximum, the full pay days and the half pay days. So like, let's say, for example, somebody takes sick leave in Kenya. The law is that the first 7 days are paid in full, and then the remaining 7 days are paid in half. The maximum number of days you can be paid for sick leave is 14 days. And then there's monthly accrual rate, and then it's a paid leave. It can accumulate, and when it accumulates, then you have to put a carry forward limit for the number of dates. And then is it gender specific? If it is, then set the gender that it's usually supposed to be applied for, so male or female. And then the minimum months required and all that stuff. We have leaves. We can add a leave record. We select the employee and we pick the leave that they're supposed to be going for, like is it annual leave, sick leave, maternity, whatnot. Leave requests coming in from the employees who are using this application. We have holidays, okay, and then we also have the addition of holidays. So in Kenya, the law is that somebody working in on holidays or predefined days that we are supposed to be taking rest, they're supposed to be paying to be paid double the daily rate, and yeah, that is for non-essential services mostly. So yeah, I mean, in a normal circumstance, people are not supposed to be working on public or religious holidays and all that. And yeah, then we have salary adjustments. We also have bonuses, fines, salary advances, and then welfare contributions. And yeah, that's all from that side. Loan management. We can manage loans where somebody takes a loan of a certain amount and then they pay it in different periods and different amounts of different months. And we could probably even skip this July and go straight to August and so on and so forth. Then we have the main functionality, which is the drafting of the payroll. So attendance is taken into account, overtimes are taken into account, the salary adjustments are taken into account, all of them are cumulatively calculated, including taxation. And then we have the net pay that is being predefined over here. We move and we move and we move. We'll look at this as well. We have the contract type, we have the contracts, then we have the days. So if somebody is working on a contract that is not determined by attendance, then they can be paid in full. Then there's NSSF contribution, payee, NHF, SHA, NITA, housing levy. Okay, NITA should be out of here, but we'll sort that out in the new application over here. Then we have bonuses, fines, loan repayments, welfare contributions, and then any additions, any deductions, then the net pay, and so on and so forth. And then once payments have been made, of course, if somebody goes into the employees portal, they'll be able to see this very neat feature that you guys are all about to see that we're going to also add in our application. And this is the payslip. So ladies and gentlemen, we can see the payslip breakdown. We can see we have the name of the company, the title of the document, the name, the designation, the employee ID. Then we have the days, number of days worked, days on leave, days absent, days, number of off days earned. And then we have the contract value over here and the number of days worked on that particular month. And then we have the gross salary earned, calculated from this point over here. And then we come in here to the NSSF contribution. We have the taxable income, the income tax, tax relief, general relief, so on and so forth. We have all those things calculated in this document and drafted for the users to use. And now we can go back. Definitely see that now once we have the payroll, we have all these different details set up, and we can actually draft the payroll document as follows. So you can see Vapor Technologies payroll for February 2025, and it breaks it down inside an Excel sheet. And boom, that's how we go. As you can see, and then it also indicates the bank that is supposed to be paid. It's supposed to be paid to. Now, for this particular system, we have this thing called the bulk payment file. So I've integrated two banks into this system, or rather I've integrated the documents of two banks into this system, where you just extract this document in the format that they need it in, and then you just upload it to the bank where you're supposed to be paying, you're paying the full payment. There's no direct disbursement at the moment, but it's something that I plan on enabling at one given point in time. So we can now come in here, save it like this. Then we have, of course, we have all this. So this is a bulk payment file for Absa Bank. You upload this file in CSV format into Absa's system. It will be able to make those payments as instructed. if you switch up the bank, we'll go to settings, go to general, and then we switch it up to KCB instead. We'll save the account details, and then we come in here into payroll. And what we'll do here is we'll get the KCB banking advice. And that's what generally you can be able to retrieve. And you have the one for KCB, and you upload this in text with tab delimiters. Then, yeah, you'll be able to, the bank will be able to make those payments automatically through the system. And that's how that works, and that's how we move. So, where are we so far with this application? Well, you've seen the demo side of things. That was an application that I normally deploy for individual companies on their separate servers. But now what I want to do is deploy this application on my own server and supply it to multiple companies. And one user can have multiple companies under their name, as you can definitely see if we go back here. And actually, let me finish caching the site so that it pops up. All right, so as you can see over here, I have one company over here, but if I decided I wanted to make another company, I will come in here, definitely make another company with the registration number I'm familiar with everything that I'm familiar with. That's the website, and I'll select the company type. So I'll do public limited. The industry is software development and distribution. Contact person, contact email, and then we choose the company logo. So in choosing the company logo, we'll go to our assets over here, and I think I'll select this one. We'll put it up like that, and then we create the company. So the company has been created successfully, and if we go to our dashboard, we can definitely see that we can have access to this company. But now if I click on view company, we definitely see that we have to make a payment of some sort. So now we'll have to come in here and select a plan. And selecting a plan, we'll select the enterprise plan for a month, and then we'll check out. So we've initialized the payment, and then it redirects us to the Paystack payment module, of which this is of course a test site of things. And all I just need to do here is click on either success or bank authentication. I'll just click on success to simulate a success. If I do bank authentication, check this out, yeah? Please click the button below to authenticate with your bank. So this is like when you're doing a direct disbursement to the bank. And what's it? So I can come in here and use a text card. I'll do a success, and then yeah, payment successful. You've paid $9.99 to Vapor Technologies, and then it will redirect you back to the home page, the dashboard. But then it tells you choose another company without an active subscription, because this site is only accessible to companies with without active subscriptions. So what happens in this logic is, whenever you select a company, the company that you selected, its ID is stored in the session. And once the ID is stored in the session, that becomes the active company. So this button is the key to it all. This button will lead me to the dashboard of this particular company, and it takes me to the dashboard with the name of the company. Like that. So this dashboard and the dashboard that you saw earlier, there's no difference. I've literally just taken whatever it is I developed earlier and put it inside here. Now, if I want to go back to this company, I can click here and it takes me to that company. Of course, there's some syntaxing that has happened that I need to sort out inside the application itself. So I need to come in here, go to the advanced, and I'll go to app models. Oh, I think I did something. Yeah, I deleted that by mistake. I think I slept on the keyboard at one point in time. But yeah, there we go. And then you can definitely see we have total advances over here. We have total overtimes and fines and so on and so forth. Of course, now there's a bit of an issue when it comes to segregation of the company faculties. So like, let's say, for example, let's go back to the user dashboard and go here. we shouldn't. Oh, I think I separated them. Yeah, I think I separated them. So I think we're good. I think we're good. So when you separate all those like situations, you'll be able to get data that is only relevant to the company at that particular point, whether it be overtimes, advances, fines, bonuses. It doesn't matter. You'll be getting everything. So all I'm doing right now at this particular point is I am trying as much as I can to transfer everything that is inside the initial code that we've shown before into this platform over here, and like now we're able to make it live. And of course there's something else that is supposed to be running in the background, and this is the admin area. So if I come into the admin area and try to log in, I'll be able to log in, and we'll be able to see the dashboard of the admin, being able to see all the transactions that have happened. So like as you can see, we have our revenue chart over here. We have let's close this. So our revenue, we've made 299.97, and we can definitely see that we have our, we have our revenue chart right there with all our stuff there. So that's how that works, and I think we are moving well. So normally what I would do is I'd probably make it so that this area over here where we have the drop down for the date only show us dates, or rather sections within the month of March, to be able to show that, okay, on this particular day you made this, totally doing a graph like what I usually see on my YouTube analytics. And to put that into context, I just have to show it like this. So like, let's say if I go to analytics right now, I'm able to see between the last 28 days, between February 5th and March 4th, and I'm able to see like a full-on graph. I don't know if I'm showing it well, but I'm able to see a full-on graph like so. From February 5th to March, from February 5th to March 4th. So those are the last 28 days. Yeah, and that's how that works. So if I was to design this application like that to see the number of subscribers that are subscribing, then I'll be able to do it like this. I'm actually going to do it now. I'm actually going to do it now. So I'll go to app, views, components, and I think it's inside of the admin components. It's Livewire, admin, and then we have the dashboard, and then we have the revenue chart over here. So this revenue chart is what is dictating everything. And if we go to the component that handles that, it's inside Livewire. We go to admin, then dashboard, then revenue chart. And this is where we are. So you can see it's ranging from month to month. Okay, and what I'd want is I'll come in here and select the month. Okay, so we have some values over here. So we have a selected month, and what I would probably do here is, instead of selected month, we'll do selected number of days. So I'll just copy this down and do selected days. And then we'll do month. I'll just do selected days. So we have multiple selections for this selected days, and I'll just leave it as is the options. So I'll come in here and create options. And then give the options to be equal to actually it's given me that lineup. Yeah, 7 days, 30 days, 90 days, 365 days. So 28 days, 90 days, 365. And that's how we will do it, like that. And then inside here, of course, we've started like this. So given that we have those options, the selected days will be like this. If all right, so we'll do get line chart model, and then we'll also do another one called get revenue chart model. So revenue chart model, then we have arrange labels and data like this. Then I'll come in here and say for each, for 0, I is less than 7 and I plus plus. So 7, I don't know, 7 was for what? I think it's for the last 7 months actually. So I'm just going to come in here and do, actually I'll do an array of arrays. So I'll do 7 days, 7, like that. And then I'll do 28 days. To March 28. Then I think the rest will go on forward like that. 28, 28, 90, 90. And then 365, 365. Like that. And cannot format with syntax errors. And of course we're going to have syntax errors somewhere here, I'm sure. Okay. So I have this first option where we have it's an associative array. So given that we have an associative array over here, we'll come in here and just do, instead of a for loop, we'll come in here and do selected days. And I think the default starting point should be at 28 days. So we'll come in here and do selected days is equal to, and we'll start with this as the default, and then we'll come in here and do a for loop inside our revenue chart. We'll say for I0, I is actually let's do a for each. Now this is actually, how about you just do integers instead? Because I'm trying to think about how to go about this and it's not clicking. In my mind at least. Yeah, it's not clicking in my mind. So we'll start with 28 days. And in our syntax over here, we'll come in here and do selected days. And it will be this selected days. So we'll come in here and push a range of values. All right, so we'll come in here and start from the yes, okay. So we'll come in here and start pushing the selected days. And then minus I, and then we'll come in here sub days. Sub days no overflow, is it a function? Sub days. Yeah, we'll do sub days, and then we'll do copy start of month. Actually, no, I won't do start of month. I will just do now. Which is still a carbon instance. So I'll just do now. Then sub days, this selected days minus I, up until it gets to the point where it reaches 28. And I'll come in here and do carbon parse this selected month. This one also changes to now. And sub days. And then format, the format will be M, and I'll just do D. I'll do D like that. And I'll do it inside now. Sub days like that, like that, like that. And then for each range as day, array push data values is all subscriptions. Where created at is I'll do day. And yeah, but the created that is usually at actually let's do it like this. Okay, I don't even need the operator. Okay, maybe I do. Let me just leave it at equals. Where, and then we'll remove this where created at. And then we'll sum the amount column. And then we'll plot everything inside this line chart, and then we'll add the points as required. So we'll pass the labels. So the labels are here, and we'll pass the labels as MD. And then the data will be the items that are being passed inside here. We'll set animated true, we'll set the smooth curve, and all that good stuff. I think I'll do the labels formatter. Then we'll do grid show is false, that is okay. And we'll return the chart. So now instead of doing this get line chart, we'll do get revenue chart model. So now that that has been done, there should be a graph that shows up over here. Although I think okay, so D is probably not the one that I need. I think it's a small d. Feb 27. And now because it's lined up like this, I don't think I'll be able to tell. Because the last date is supposed to be today's date. Last date is supposed to be today's date. And yeah, I think that's what is really bugging me at this point. Oh yeah, I can see what's happening here. So this selected days over here is supposed to come in here. Yeah. So yeah, so today's date is here, and we should now start seeing the actual subscriptions. So we'll come in here and call all subscriptions where they're created at is equal to the day that we're talking about. So this day should be to date string, I believe. I don't know if that will work. If not, I don't know. If not, I don't know. Because created that is supposed to be what, a timestamp? Yeah, no, that's something that I need to also check out. So I'll just go to database.sqlite. Now we'll look at subscriptions and look at the created at, which is okay, so that means that if I go back here to the revenue chart model, then what we have here in terms of the date, we've pushed a date without the year. And the year in this situation comes first. So year, month, day. So I'm just going to do a y-m-d, then HIS. But this H might be, oh, it's in 24 hours, so it's a capital H. And I won't do HIS actually. Yeah, I won't do HIS, I'll just do H. So we'll go back to revenue charts. We'll do YMD at the top over here. And because now we're already formatting the label to an M and D, then I think it's okay. The only problem that might occur at this point now is that. So there's definitely something here. Alright, and then we also have something inside the revenue chart where we have the selectors. So inside the selectors, instead of doing input type month, we'll come in here and just do a select. And it will be a form select like so. And I won't even put a label at this point. I'll just do a select. And option ID. No, option and option. Yeah. Then we'll concatenate it with days. And we'll wrap this inside a for each loop. And pass in options as option. And I'm just going to paste this here. And let's see what happens. So you can see the select one. This form select is a form select large. Let's do a form select MD. MD looks okay. So if I come in and do select 7 days, last 7 days, 28 days, 90 days, 365 days. And our thing about this one is that it needs to be wire model. And when you do wire model, let me just refresh this. So we have select one over here already, but if we do wire model and then we say selected days, and then we do wire model.live, we save that, look at that. So we start with 28 days. If we do 7 days, shows us the last 7 days. We do 28 days, we do 90 days, and we do 365 days. Great. But now I just want to show the first label and the last label. So I'm just going to ask my Copilot over here. In Livewire chats, how do I show the first and last label only? So options. It's not showing. It's not showing really. Okay, so Copilot comes in and works. Let's see if the grid is going to show up. Tooltip Y formatter is refused. This one is also refused. And then showing this value to local string is refusing as well. Well, it survived all this time anyway, so no need to deal with it. So let's do x-axis labels show false, y-axis labels show is false as well. And yeah, what are we building here? What is the app? So we're continuing with the startup, man. At the beginning I introduced it, but we're continuing with like, you know, the HR app that I've been building for time. But welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. Grid show is false. Okay, so 7 days, 90 days, 7 days, 365 days. I think all this will work. But something has happened to these charts that all these other items are not showing, so I don't understand. Anyway. Okay. I think I understand. So do you always work at the late night? I work at any time, man. As long as I have energy, I'm working. So yeah, as long as I have energy, I'm always gonna be doing some work. So I'd like to say it like this actually, because most people always ask me like, what keeps me motivated? Now, truth of the matter is, if you need to work based off of motivation all the time, it means that you are probably going to, crash out in the process, because there are always some things that will make you lack motivation to work. So I'll put it like this. This is what gets me at the point of thought every single time. I go to my worker time. Let me actually open my worker time on this. So I go to my worker time every single day. I look at the last 7 days and the number of hours that I've worked in the last 7 days and the total amount of time I've dedicated myself into it. And this is continuous coding. Doesn't mean that I've only sat for 20 hours. Most of the time, it's probably triple this amount of time I've sat down on my chair just doing research and also coding. But if I sit down and look at this over the last 7 days, I go to my leaderboards and I go to this no anonymous one, which I am one member of. If I am on less than number 20, I suck. Like, here's the thing: if I'm less than number 20, I'm probably coding for somebody else. If I'm above number 20, the high likelihood is that I'm coding for myself. Now look at the people who are at this high point over here. 46 hours, 42 hours, 42 hours, 42 hours. This is the last 7 days. Somebody has coded for 46 hours straight coding. And I'm here at 25 hours, 28 minutes. So some people are working harder than me. So if there are people who are working harder than me, then I have to probably pull up my socks at that particular point. So that's why I try as much as I can. Every single time I'm awake, I'm trying as much as I can to go at it and try and finish the application that I'm building right here. So once I finish this and it starts making money, then maybe you can sit down and say, okay, fine. You've done something for yourself, you can relax now. But what's the fun in that? You'll build something else after that. Then you learn something new, you come and teach it. You learn something new, you come and teach it. So there's no such thing as needing motivation to be able to get up every single time to come in and work. You don't need motivation. You just need to put into reality what is necessary to be done. And that's how I take life. That's how I look at it. Ouch. Now my elbow is also giving me kind of vibe. Okay, I think I've popped it. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. There's more words of wisdom where that came from. And yeah, we're going to move on very, very smoothly. And at one point I said I was going to talk about, like, I wanted to finish this graph and then I talk about the core of solo building applications. And yeah, and essentially that's what I want to talk about at the moment. So for these subscriptions, I need to use casts for this. So I'll go to app models, subscription, and oh yeah, it's the time, yeah. So over here, created that. I want to use it as a date. And updated that as well. And now we move here. We'll save this and let's see what happens. So now we come in here and do carbon. And we'll pass the day. Ah, I did the wrong thing. I should have formatted the range, not the labels. If that makes sense. Then for each range as that, okay, we're good. Day, and then we'll come in and do to date string, and now we have our graph. Okay, what? Okay, now we have our graph. That's incredible. So we have over here our 199, and then we have also our 99. So if I do past 7 days, yeah, there we go. So if I do 365 days, the graph is like this. But if I do 7 days, boom. Okay, so our graph is working. And we can definitely see our labels over here. This is March 5th, this is March 6th. And I think we can design those labels. What would I do to design these labels? Okay, if I do, by the way, if I do this, I'll remove set smooth curve, then you'll see it's like sharp edges. Come in here, select 7 days. You can see it's definitely sharp edges. We can even remove the animated. Then it just comes very static. 7 days, 365, so on and so forth. Now we can even get rid of the other, this line chart over here, because I don't need it. The thing about this tooltip formatter is that it's going to help me put in some new options. But it's not showing me this. So there's definitely something going on with Apex charts and all that stuff. But anyway, let's set a smooth curve. And yeah, let's hope things are working the way we expect them to work when they get deployed online. You sign up the Walker Time. Yeah, go ahead and sign up. Go ahead and sign up, man. I think Walker Time is, I think, one of the best tools for me, honestly. If I go to now, even like the worldwide dashboard, worldwide leaderboard, sorry, you can definitely see that there's a certain number of people that rank exceptional. And I'm probably top 3,000, which is not so bad. I'm on page 27. I'm not page 50 at least. But number one really gives me a headache. I don't understand how somebody can go ahead and code for 13 hours straight, right? 13 hours straight. Yeah, and this guy is indeed from, yeah, Sri Lanka. This one is from UAE. And I'm yet to see people coding in Blade. Oh, there we go. Blade over here. And somebody's doing 72 hours. So that's the goal, I think. I think I'll hit 72 hours the same way this person is doing 72 hours every week, and he's from Nigeria as well. Crazy. I don't know if we have any top guys from Kenya. Oh, we do. Actually, we do. Mombasa, Kenya. Okay. I like that. This guy is a strong man. Nyadero Odhiambo. From the total opposite spectrum of Kenya, but living in the coast. Interesting. Another one from Nairobi. Yeah, these are the people that we need to like catch. These are people that there's some people that are like a superior in every single way. In terms of like the workload that they do. Anyway, so the revenue chart is working. At least I've gotten things up and running. And what I would do now at this point is I would get rid of the initial chart that I created, get rid of it completely. Then over here, selected days, I'll start with 7. And yeah, we'll start with 7. Let's see how that works. Okay, so we have the user log activity, of which I will go ahead and edit somewhat. And then we'll have, I don't know, subscriptions. We have subscriptions over here. All these came from 4th and 5th. So 4th came to, this was almost 200, that's 199. And then for 5th, this one is 99. But now the problem is I did this one just recently, so maybe the time at which this thing is recording everything is not right, because you see 5th April 2025, and I did this right now, today. I don't know why it's giving me 5th April 2025. It shouldn't give me 5th April 2025. It should give me daytime local. Anyway, it is what it is. And yeah, so now, as I said, I was trying to transfer whatever it is that I had over here. So the entire app that I have over here, I'm transferring all of whatever it is that's going on here into here. And I'm doing it in alphabetical order. So I've already started with the advances. Advances is complete. So over here, I don't have any advances that are being done over here. And if I come in here and do record the advances, I don't have any stuff inside this system. Inside this company. But if I come in here, you can see total advances are here, and we do salary advances, they're all over here. And yeah, that's how we move it. Now, one thing I also wanted to teach, I think I'll do this in a separate video from this stream, is about scope. Now, most people will look at scope and think that that's a very big waste of time. And we're talking about scope here, right? Scope Laravel. Right? So this is the new eloquent way of handling stuff, right? Let's actually do it. Scope. Where is it? Query scopes. There we go. All right. So scopes, if enabled inside the models, actually, let me look for them inside the models. Yeah, scoped relationships. There we go. All right. So we have this situation where we have, like in our system, we have the company. Company is at the top level. Then under company, we have departments, then designations, then employees. Now, for the company to access employees, it has to go through all those relationships. And then you see now these employees also have fines attached to them, advances attached to them. So for the company to actually be able to access also the advances, the fines, the bonuses, the attendances, all those things, they have to access it through scoping with the employee. And yeah, we have to check like if this advance is within the scope of the company. And that's what this has actually taught me. So there's this part over here where we're talking about, I don't think it's here. I don't think the function is here anyway, but it has that, I don't think the function is in here actually. Okay, let me just scope, yeah? So it's just English really. If we talk about it in an English level, okay? Scope. The extent of the area of subject matter that something deals with or to which it is relevant. Okay, that sounds like King James Version English, honestly. But access or investigate something, yeah? They scoped out of their market. They didn't have access, right? So if we're talking about the application, the way it's situated right now, we have ways at which we look at the levels of how this is being dealt with. Notice that over here, if I come into this company's employees, I have all these 37 employees ready at the bell. But then if I come to the homepage and go to Vapor and go to employees and I have none, there's a reason why that is the situation. And that is because of scope. So we have companies at the top level. We have companies. When we come into the companies, we have departments inside the company. When you come inside the departments, you have the designations inside the departments. And when we come into the designations, we have employees inside the designations. So for every designation that has been defined by that particular company, the moment you attach an employee to that designation, it means that that employee belongs to that company by default. So the only way that a company will be able to see this employee is if this employee belongs to that company or has been attached to a designation that has been defined by that company. I'll give it, if like, let's say for example, Tech Innovators over here define a designation saying HR assistant, and these guys also define one that is HR assistant. The position that you attach from HR assistant on this side will not be attached in the same manner from a different company, because that is not the designation that belongs to this company. As much as that they have the same title, they don't have the same ID, they don't have the same, scope, okay? So when we're looking at scope, we're looking at trying to segregate data from access to the wrong people. I wouldn't expect that Vapor Technologies over here will access all the employees of Tech Innovators Limited. That is why when you come in here, you don't have anything to do with Tech Innovators Limited. Even users that are here are for this company alone. If I was to invite a user, and this is a very neat feature, by the way. I'll invite a user. I'll come in here and do reach, or maybe even do a different info at Vapor, and then I give him the role as a super admin and send the invitation. The moment I send the invitation, of course, it will give me our toast over here at the very top right. Invitation sent successfully. But now once the invitation has been sent, I will receive it over here in the mail of Vapor. Let's assume this is the mail for Vapor. So you've been invited to join a company, all right? Greetings, sir, madam. We are excited to invite you to join our company, Vapor Technologies Limited's HR team through this platform. Click the button below to get started. I click on join now, and I'll click on that. It will take me to a site where I have to accept the invite. This issue of the redirector again is giving me a bug. So what I'm going to do, the redirector. This one is inside. This one is inside. Yeah, accept invite. And I don't understand why it's crashed out on me like this. So it should be in Livewire. User invitation accept. Return redirect. This is the one. But all these redirections. Why is it lagged like this? Need to show you back down. How are you today, sir? Yeah, I'm good, man. Welcome to the stream, Sneezy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it showed me a bug at the moment, and I'm trying to understand what's going on over here. So if I try and log in. Yeah, I don't have these credentials. Yeah, it showed me a bug, and I'm not understanding where this bug is coming from. Because if I click on this, of course, now once I accept the invite, then it won't show me anything. Yeah, but we're doing good. We're doing good so far. I think I'll show you that feature a bit later. Let me just go back to where I was explaining all this. So like, if I was to invite a user to come in and manage this application, I will invite them, send the invitation, they accept from their end, and they'd be able to access this company. But they won't be able to access the company, all the companies that this particular user is able to access. So if I was to sign in, let's just sign in. Okay, so I shouldn't be able to access all the companies that this user is able to access. So essentially, if I come into to this user's dashboard, I'll be able to access these two companies. Let's sign out and log in as another user, John Doe. And John Doe is able to give me this company. So if I come in here, view this company. Yes, the scope is like yes, exactly. So the scope is like a relationship that's bigger. It's like a much more prolonged extent. And to be able to declare all those different scopes in different models based off of the current situation that we're dealing with, you'll have to go to all those different models and actually declare that kind of scope. So I'll give an example of the advances. I'll give an example of the advances. If I come into the, let's actually invite a user that is already inside the system. Let's invite the user. Let's do that and select the role, send the invitation. Okay, so the invitation has been sent and we have the email over here. You've been invited to join this HR team. Join now. I don't understand why this thing, Livewire features supports redirector render does not exist. I don't understand why it's misbehaving like this. Unless... okay, wait, use, accept. No, is there something like that? There's nothing like that. Let me actually look for redirect. Because we're trying to return redirect and it's not working. Anyway, like this is a bug on its own, and I'm just not trying to. I'm trying to understand what's going on because this thing was working yesterday, and now it's not. So I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering what's going on here. Oh, okay, so it accepted, and I can come in here and view the company, and actually I'll be able to, go to the users section, and I'll be able to see 2 users can access this company. I can't delete myself, and I also can't delete the first user of the company. Yeah. But John Doe can log in and actually delete this user from accessing this company. So I'll come in here and do johndoe.example.com. And yeah, let's actually see this, and then we'll be seeing users. We'll go to overview, and then we can delete this user from accessing the company whatsoever. Boom, successfully touched the user. Of course, there should be something else that is there. Is this Laravel 12? Yes, it is. It's just that it has. I've upgraded it from Laravel 11, so that's how that is. How long have you been building this app? Got loads of features. So the thing about this application is that I started developing the idea of this application since 2023, and I had various levels of this application, various features. If you look at my past streams, like let's say for example we go to let's actually have a look at our past streams. So there was a time I was developing this thing from like, let's actually go till 50. And yeah, I think we had it here. I can't quite recall. Yeah, this was in January 4th, 2023. Okay.
Company is what.
So you can definitely see that this is where they started from. It started from this point at this time, actually. But let's actually see where we got away with the application. So you can definitely see we had a lot of starting points at this point. And it has evolved ever since. Actually, let me actually look for Let me actually look for it. I didn't quite find it. I can't quite find it. So this was January 7th, 2024. This was exactly last year. And this was in Bootstrap version 4. And actually, Jesus, my teeth was so bad. My teeth was so bad. So yeah, just have a look at this. Yeah, this is what it used to look like. Yeah, this is what it used to look like. As you can even see, the dashboard didn't have a lot, and I was using a weird looking graph. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely grown from this point over here to something totally different at this point. Okay, not totally different, like it's the same thing, it's just that the features and the design and the UI have changed dramatically. So that's how this is looking at the moment. This is how this was looking at that time. So yeah, I'd started developing the features since 2023, and I'd done a deployment. I've been doing a company to company deployment on their separate servers. Using the app is actually over here. Let me just show you the demo. So you can see the demo is definitely there. It's a very fast application, in fact, like quite fast. Everything is moving very smoothly. We have payrolls, we have the breakdowns, all those things are just there for you to use. Do you have anyone using this, or is it still in development? So I have about like 6 different companies that are using this application. I used, and I've seen the question pop up right now, what hosting site did you use? I used Hostinger, and I actually deployed this on shared hosting, believe it or not. I deployed this on shared hosting, not VPS, not cloud. I used it on shared hosting, and it works. Like, just look at this, yeah? I'll open one of these companies' sites. This is all on shared hosting. This is a company with up to I think 14 different employees. Yes, well, of course 13 different employees. This was just a test account. I could actually even delete this now. Well, no. But yeah, so this is how this is. And the shared host, it actually is secure. It's very, very, very secure. And yeah, I think many people will look at shared hosting and think that once you're deploying it for public use, it's not a good idea because shared hosting has limited resources. But it's very secure. It's just as secure as maybe using a VPS, because to SSH into a shared hosting panel, you will definitely need the SSH access with the public keys and the public keys and the private keys and all that stuff. And yeah, I think not many people will look at this and think that it's really something that can be used on shared hosting, but you can use it anywhere. You can use it anywhere. You can use it anywhere. You can use it on VPS, you can use it on cloud, you can use it anywhere. Shared hosting is fully managed, so it's pretty secure. Yeah, for sure. See, it's Nemo. Welcome to the stream. What's the app you're building? A fully fledged HR management system, software as a service. Right now, the demo that you're seeing right now is not software as a service, but now I'm trying to migrate it into a new code base and make it software as a service fully, so that multiple people can create multiple companies from one server and one code base without me having to redeploy it for them over and over and over again. So that's how that works. So you'll find that you can see this is one company I've just shown you, right? Look at the domain. All right, we look at this side over here. Look at the domain. Okay, we look at the side of which other one? This one here. Look at the domain. Okay, so the domains are different, meaning I've deployed them on different servers for each and every one of them, right? I've deployed them on different servers for each and every single one of them. And that's tedious because I can't do the same thing for multiple companies at the same end. So if I want to manage them from one section, from one point, then you have to like bring that whole code again and base it into this word we've learned today. We've learned today about scope. Siad, I hope you've understood the whole essence of scope. And let me show you how I've implemented it into my Laravel application. Okay, so let's log in. I don't know, it's refusing to log in. Okay, so let's log in, and you can definitely see that if I come in here, we don't have advances over here. But now if I sign out, let's sign out, we sign in again as this different user. And then we can definitely see we have our Tech Innovators, Vapor Technologies. I'll come into Tech Innovators and you can see our advances are over here and our salary advances are over here. Okay. So what this is doing is it's going into our advances table. Let's actually go to our advances model. And our advances model is up here. We can definitely see that we have a scope in company, all right? Such that scope, as you can see, this scope in company always will have a query. But if I go into my my advances in Livewire, so I'll go to Livewire company advances, and then I'll go to index. You'll definitely see I've called in company, not advanced in company. Not scope in company. I've called in company, all right, which uses this whole essence of the scope. Well, I've lost the model. Okay, I've lost the model. I don't understand. Let's look for it again. Okay, so it just takes this in company without passing in anything else, because we already know the query is going to be the query that's going to be passed inside side over here is just a query builder essentially, with the context of the advanced model. So we're coming in here and checking for the employee that it's been attached to, and then we want to say where the company ID, all right, is the current company ID. Now, the thing about this is that if we go to the employees section over here, or the employees class, the thing that it's going to be checking for is this area over here. Actually, even this one, scope in company, where company ID is equal to session current company ID. Although there's one thing that I also need to point out. Inside my employees table, I have this part over here for company ID. Okay, I could as well do away with company ID. I could as well do away with company ID and make sure that we're tracking back. We're tracking back from employees, back to the designations, back to the departments, back to the company. And now we see with the company, every department's table has the company ID. Designations now has the department ID, so which means the designations is linked back to the departments. And then now we have the employees. So that's a lot of fields. Yeah, that's a lot of fields, but you need to be secure. Although most of them are very nullable. So we have nullable here, 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 and all that stuff. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff we're dealing with over here. see, it's Nemo. I want to build my own mobile app in Swift with a Java backend. Java backend. I would say Java, yes, it is indeed secure because like essentially there's a whole lot of code security. But now, my question to you, C, first of all, thank you for the subs. Oh my goodness, why am I not seeing the alerts? Thank you so much, C. So let me answer one question at a time. So like you want to build your own mobile app in Swift with Java backend. Number one, do you know how to code in Java like fully, like so proficiently you wouldn't take a lot of time doing it? And then secondly, with Swift, you do understand that Swift is only for iOS. So given that you're developing it in iOS, of course, yes, Swift has a huge market, a very, very huge market. I don't know. I think it's okay. It's just as long as you know what it is that you're building, and yeah, I mean, and Seared, what is allowed in the enum field? So enum is a column that has a fixed number of inputs that are allowed. Okay, so like let's say for example we have gender. Gender, we have male or female. There's no other way to look at it. Of course, now with the way the world is become, many people want to identify with something else. But essentially, it should only be male and female. So, given that it's only male and female, you should only be able to put in those two inputs and select only from those two inputs, such that my database is only going to, like if I'm supposed to split employees up but based off of gender, I have two fields to worry about. I don't have any other to worry about. When you're looking at another enum field could be, I don't know. Maybe if you've understood the concept, what would be the enum field that you would use in this situation? Because again, it's really important to make most of these things dynamic. Yeah? So you'll find that it's really important that the only things that are going to be used for enum columns are things that are never, ever, ever going to change. All right, things that are never, ever, ever going to change. Like for example, active or inactive. Yes, true. In fact, that's exactly what I have inside my subscriptions table. I think it's inside my subscriptions table. So I'll just go check my subscriptions. There we go. So you can see enum status. There's active, cancelled, suspended, expired, pending, and failed. Right? That's how that works. I don't know why this thing is. Yeah, so that's what the enum field is usually used for. Fixed inputs, right? Fixed inputs. The only allowed inputs there. And an exam status, passed or failed. Now, think about that. Somebody argued with me as well about the status of an exam, and I told them, why not just declare it in the model? Because at the end of the day, you see what you can actually do. Even this, you could also probably declare the status inside the model. So at the end of the day, this is what happens. Let's say you have our exam. Let's say you have our exam. I think using a whiteboard is always very crucial to me, and I need to get a graphic tablet so that you guys can actually see proper handwriting rather than me writing with my mouse. So let's say that we have our exam paper, okay? And with our exam paper, we scored probably 90%. Okay. Why is it ROE? So let's say you scored 90%. Now, this is data that has come in as the score. Do you know that somebody can come in and just come in here and just do this status, and the status that they're putting here is failed? But then for somebody else, this will change. Somebody else scores 90%, and then the status is passed. And I think the project that we're going to be doing for our Laravel beginner tutorial is building a learning management system. I hope you guys are excited for that, by the way. Because this is going to be robust. It's going to teach quite a bit on the basis of how to work with Laravel. So these are two different inputs, this one and this one. Okay, so why not cancel this out, given that, I don't know why that has failed. So why not cancel this out and put a status declaration inside the model, okay? So that you can put those if checks. Like if you do marks above 50, then that's one as passed. Yeah, you can see like, yes, yeah, exactly what you just said. If marks is less than 50, is pass or is fail or pass. Like that's what you have to check, okay? Because somebody can just be as malicious as possible and come in and state that the score, yes, is 90, and we have the proof that it's 90, but this person has just marked them failed. And if it's marked failed, then he doesn't go on to the next class. I don't know. I think it's very, very, very crucial that those items are actually set up inside the what's this called? It's very crucial that these items are set up inside the model rather than inside the database, because the database, I mean, it's not reliant on the score. My status here, like even this one, I would have gotten rid of this column over here, because my status over here, the status of this subscription, is not reliant on the end date. Okay, it's not reliant on the end date. So I can state that it's cancelled, and then me stating that it's cancelled regardless of whether the end date has come through or not, somebody's not able to access their app. Yet their subscription ends at a much later date, but I've marked it as cancelled. In fact, I could get rid of this. I could get rid of that. And that's how we'll move on forward. Of course, this is still in development. There's nothing that has gone into production just yet, so I can change this code however I do please, of course. And yeah, and then now dynamically, what I would do with these subscriptions is I will go into my my models, okay? And then I will go to my subscription model, and then I'll come in here and do is active, right? And the only thing that will come in here and give me is active will return this end is greater than now. So if the end date is greater than now, if it's more than now, then we are active. But if it's not, okay, so I'll come in here and just do return this is active, and I'll probably negate it. I'll just negate it like that, and boom, we're good to go. Yeah, so it's like it's passed for an exam table. So now we'll come in here. Like let's say, for example, if we have a public function, and then we'll have, you've talked about is passed, right? So we'll probably come in here and say get is passed attribute, okay? And then we'll come in here and we'll say that if the score, so I'll come in here and say if the score is less than maybe say 50%, return failed, otherwise return passed. Or because it's doing is passed, then it should be a boolean, so true or false. Now let me actually zoom into this so that you can actually see what else we can do to this to make it look better. Look at this. So if score is less than 50, return true, else return false. Another way we could have gone about this is we could just come in here, score 50, and then we'll return true, else return false. And then this return, it should be at the very beginning over here. So this one is the notation that we would probably use in this situation. So this score is true, false. And this is the notation that we would probably use it. It can even be on one line like this. And yeah, it separates like this. Now, another thing is that we don't even need to return true or false at this point, right? If this score is less than 50, then it will return true. So what I'm going to do here, actually it's supposed to be greater than 50. If the score is greater than 50, then they have passed. So I'm just going to come in here and do this. Comparative values, when put into a return situation, they will always return Boolean endpoints. They'll always return Boolean endings. So if the score is greater than 50, it will return true. If it's not, it will return false. That's all I need to do in this situation. I don't even need to do an if statement at this point. And yeah, that's how that works. So that's why I've done this. This end is greater than now, it returns true. If it's not, it returns false. And then to check if it is active or it's expired. If it's expired, it's just the opposite of it being active. So if it's expired, boom, then just give us that it's expired. And I'd use this in a situation where, like I'll even just do it like this. I'll say get is active attribute, but I've already used this is active function, so I'm not going to go into depth with it. I'll use this in a situation where I don't want to just take a function and negate it. And yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, quite amazing. When I discovered this the first time, I was just like, no, now I have a superpower now. Yeah, I have a superpower. Now you've learned something. I'm hoping that you go and exercise it and use it as much as you can, because this thing is fun as hell. It's just fun to use. So at the end of this road is a button, and this button is what I want to. Excellent. Okay, looks good. Everything is looking good. Now, I've now already added things to do with attendances. I did advances, I've done attendances. The next thing I'm probably going to do is, let's actually see this from the company side of things. So Livewire company. So next thing is banks. But thing about banks is that banks are always operating on the side of the admin at this point. What I'm doing now is I'm putting it on the side of the admins such that I'm only going to allow banks that are going to be used from my side. And I think I've enabled all the banks in terms of where to transact, but who is transacting, I've only enabled 2 banks. So yeah, it's a bit of a hell at this point. Okay, so we have our what's this? We have our attendances. And you can definitely see these are only users that are within the scope of this company. So the only way I usually do it is by using that in company scope. Okay. And one thing that I planned on doing is inside my company's table, I didn't intend for my company's table to have the company ID. My employees table to have the company ID, sorry. I did not intend for this to happen. So given that this is actually what's happening, let's actually do something with this. Because when I have a company ID inside my employees table, it kind of depicts that it's very possible for this same employee module to be deployed into a different company, which is not what I want. What I want essentially is, first of all, even email would be unique at this point. Okay, so let's actually see what we can do here, right? If I come in here and refresh this by doing a PHP Artisan migrate fresh, so I'm just going to open another PowerShell tab. I don't know what's going to happen. The employee CEDA, of course it was going to fail. So we'll go to the employee CEDA. And yeah, we'll use the designation, not the company ID, because I mean the company ID is not what we need. And then we'll go to employee, we'll remove the fillable of company ID. And yeah, now we do this again. So how do you make the PHP Artisan command short? Well, I think I've done a video on this, and I'll do another video again, doing this again. So essentially, we have terminals, right? So we have Bash, we have CMD, we have PowerShell. There's different ways for doing such things for different companies, for different shells, right? We have PowerShell, we have Bash, we have CMD. I've not done it in CMD, I've only done it in PowerShell, and I've also done it in Bash. Let's show you how it's done in Bash. So with Bash, you can definitely see if I do PA, it shows you could not open input file artisan. So that's because it's trying to do PHP artisan. But how I did this is I went into my local disk C, and then I went into users, then my user, and then I went into, I don't know if it was in SSH or it was in, must have been in SSH. No, it wasn't in SSH. It must have been somewhere else. It must have been somewhere else. I can't quite recall where it was. Ah, yes, here it is, Bash aliases. Okay, so I went to Bash aliases. I'm going to open it here in code. And this is where we put items over here. So, oh, it's not Bash aliases, but bashrc over here, bashrc. So opening bashrc, I come in here and declare alias PHP Artisan like so. PHP Artisan migrate, PHP Artisan migrate fresh, PHP Artisan migrate fresh seed, NRD is npm run dev, and NB is npm run build. So if I run this in Bash, it would run seamlessly. How I did it in PowerShell, however, was a longer story. If I go to PowerShell, and let me actually open PowerShell right now, and then I'm going to come in here and just do profile. So you can see profile over here is inside my C users documents, Windows PowerShell, and then we come in here to Microsoft.PowerShell profile.ps1. So if I come in here and just do code profile, this is what happens. I have these functions over here. NRD is npm run dev, NB is npm run build, PHP PA is PHP artisan, and it can take in other arguments at the end. Okay, PHP artisan migrate, PHP artisan migrate fresh seed. Okay, so when I put these args over here, it can take in other arguments. Like if I come in here and just do PA route list, I'll be able to get the list of routes that are in my system. So that's how that comes about with this point over here. But now to declare this, it was a bit of a problem because I needed to, I can't quite remember what I did. But yeah, I think I ChatGPT'd most of that. And for Bash RC, I already knew how to do it. But for PowerShell, I think I did this as recently as last year. Yeah, I think I did this as recently as last year. And the reason why I use PowerShell as my main terminal inside my VS Code is because it's faster and it doesn't need any Linux barriers. It just directly runs shell commands inside Windows. So if I was using maybe say Linux, or I was using something else, even Linux, actually its terminal is already fast enough. In fact, its terminal is the fastest I've ever interacted with. But the reason why I'm using PowerShell is because it's a lot faster than Bash on Windows, than any other terminal on Windows. PowerShell is just the way. Okay, so yeah, so that's how I did that. I ChatGPT'd most of that, but once I knew how to do the first one, I was able to do all these different ones like this. I use PHP Storm, so what terminal it uses? I don't know about PHP Storm. I've not used PHP Storm. I don't think I'm ever going to use PHP Storm, but I think it has its own inbuilt terminal as well. It's just that I don't know. There's some certain commands that usually takes so long to finish up, especially on Windows terminals. So like, let's say for example, if you install a package, there's this, after installing the package and all the packages have been downloaded and it's been placed in the log file and everything, there's this one statement that comes up called generating autoload, optimized autoload files or something like that. Generating optimized autoload files. That thing takes forever. It really pisses me off. And I don't know, I feel like it could have gone a lot better. Especially because I've not done any Composer self-update. It's going to ask me for add, yes, like that. And yeah, okay, so I've updated my Composer, but I just updated it to like a singular version. It's crazy, but I think Composer could be a lot faster. It's just that it's not probably optimized to this particular machine. If you use it in Linux is really, really, really good. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so you've seen how I've gone about this, and yeah, I think I'll do a separate video teaching how to go about this, so that not many people are lost on why it is I do PA and it works like PHP Artisan, but if they try it themselves, it doesn't work for them. So yeah, if you're using Bash, you can already do it. If you're using PowerShell, I'll have to do a tutorial video on that. I have to research on what it is that I did again and then do a video again on it. All right. So now let's see where we are at here. I need to log in. Okay, I have no companies with this user. Let's sign out and use John Doe instead. Okay, so we have John Doe over here, and we have these companies, 37 employees, 36 employees. So if I come in here into 37 employees, I'll have to subscribe to a package. I'll select the yearly plan, and I will check out. And success, and we've paid, right? Now you can definitely see we have a certain error over here. Table subscriptions has no column named status, and so on and so on and so forth. So this one is already inside the subscriptions area for verification. So in order for us to come in here and do that, I think it's inside our check subscription. And we have over here where status is active. And what I'll do, where has is active. Then we'll come and do just is active and first. So let's do that. And okay, no, maybe I won't do that. Maybe I'll just do, since I don't have status here, I think I'll just come in here and just do that and refresh. And then we have subscription has no column status. So I've checked subscription, and then we'll do redirect if subscribed, and boom. Oh, and then also I think in our controllers, I did a subscription controller where I had status here, but I don't need status. I'm hoping that I don't have status here as well. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so now this one has an active subscription. We're good to go. So see, if we look at our active subscription, it should show our active subscription. So if I go to active subscriptions, okay. So we'll go to company, we'll go to oh, it's not showing the subscriptions. I think I'll sort that one out a bit later. Livewire, company, and subscriptions manager. Right there. So it should show on manager over here, and everything should have been okay. So I think it's something to do with our routes as well. Company routes, subscription manager, and everything seems okay. So everything seems okay here. So if I come in here, oh no, not everything. If we go back to manager, there's a part where we have status, I'm sure. Where status? Yeah, there we go. So I have this valid until March 6th, 2026. At least that one is accurate. And yeah, if we go ahead and look at the dash, we'll go ahead and look at the employees. So we have our employees over here. We also have to have our advances. So we'll come into salary advances, then our overview. If I come in here to create our salary advances, so now you can definitely see that we have this search employees not working, and that's because our scope was poorly defined. So if we go to our scope for the advances, So we'll go to app, we'll go to models, then we'll go to advanced. So our advances were poorly defined. You can see a scope in company where has employee. So we have employee, okay? And then function query. So where, query where. So now here we're checking for the company ID inside the employee. So now I'm going to come in here and do warehouse again. And then we'll come in here and do company. Okay. And then we'll do the query again. And then when we do the query again, we'll do here where ID, so ID of the company is equal to session. Then we'll do current company ID, which is the current company ID, which is the key that we put inside the session. And once we save that and refresh this, then we'll be able to have our users coming in, I think. We should be. But if we go inside our employees table, employees model, we have to have our company. And what I'll do here in company, I think I know what I'll do. So I'll come in here and instead of doing company like this, I'll just do get company attribute. And then I'll come in here and return this. And then we'll go to designation. Okay, because we're in the employees table. So we'll go to designation, then department, then company. And that's it. And just like that, I think we're good to go. So we just have this call to undefined method app models employee company. And I think that now comes back to the admin, to the advances table, where we have our employee, we have the scope in company. I've just seen your comment. Is advanced salary could be subtracted from the real salary? Yes. Yeah, because that's money that is gotten, it's money that has been paid in advance of the salary. So if it's paid in advance, it means that it needs to be deducted at the end of the month. That's how that goes. So it has so I'll come in here, instead of doing query like this again, I'll do query company. And then I'll come and do ID is no. Yeah, actually query company ID. So I'll do company ID and I'll do session, then current company ID, and get rid of one of the brackets, and we're good to go. Now once we've done that, I think we're good. Advance, close, saved. Shall we save this and save this? Set the advanced model, scope in company. Okay. So inside the employees table, So call to undefined method, and this one is being called where? It's been called from high likelihood it's been called from subscriptions. No, it's been called from advances create. Advances create. So company advances create. Employee where has relation company. Okay, now this is where this idea of using AI comes in handy. I'm just going to come in here inside the employees model. We have the scoping company, yeah. Query where company ID is all that. So instead of doing query where, I'll come in here and just do. No, I have to query. I have to query. But now that's where this is coming in. So this is where AI comes in, honestly. Okay. Let's accept this. Let's move. So it's saying no columns at department ID. Select from employees where exists, but we've joined all these columns. Departments on departments.department ID. So this one should be ID over here. We're joining 3 tables. Okay. And I'm hoping that these employees don't belong to different companies, and the only way to check that is by hyphenating inside this create over here. So we'll do employee full name, and then we'll do employee company name. So you can see tech, and then you can see this is a different company. Yeah, so that's why these relationships are always so complicated like this. So company ID. Okay, so essentially this should have worked. We're relating this table for the employees to the company through the department. This is the foreign key on the departments table. Hmm. Damn. Okay. Let's go back to the comments. I'm working on an app. The app is a university database. So if a student pays the fee of the semester or 3 semesters in the next semester, how could it be done? I think what you could do is virtual wallets. I think what you could do is virtual wallets. I think virtual wallets makes a lot more sense. I don't know if that. I don't know if I could show you with this. It's not similar to this particularly because you see what happens is this one when you pay, you're paying for something that is already being brought into effect, and once it's already brought into effect, there's no way you can reverse it. There's no way you can delete it. The subscription remains active up until the period of time when it finishes. Okay. Much like paying for Office or a game. What can I say? Like when you're paying for something like this, if like let's say I don't know if any of you guys who are on the stream game, but if you're paying for EA Play, you'll pay for it and you will not be able to get a refund for that, right? Unless, of course, they're able to do something like what's this thing called again? I'm forgetting the name. I'm forgetting the word. Let me get the word. My elbow needs a lot of work on it because it's in pain. It's called damn, what is it called? So let's say change the plan. It's called proration. The word prorate. So when something is prorated, it's adjusted or divided in proportion to a specific time period. So if you prorate, like let's say for example, the fees that somebody else has paid, then that remains in their balance of amounts that have been paid by them, but have not yet been used to, effectively just do everything, right? So you're asking that if a student pays the fee of the semester or 3 semester in the next semester, how could this be done, and is it any similar? We'll actually do an LMS. We said we're going to do an LMS for the beginners Laravel for beginners course that I'm planning to do. We're going to be doing an LMS, learning management system. So what is the student payment system? What is the system? Student payment system can be in a university. Maybe ask the question again because I'm trying to understand how you're asking it and not getting it. Let's do departments. You know, funny thing is, I'm actually starting to think that having a company ID inside the company, that the employees table, will have probably been a good idea. This one is a has one through. Let me answer your question again. Has one through. This one is really, it's really frustrating me now. Because we have this has one through. It gives us the related model. No, so this one might not work. Okay, let's try that. No such column. What? Department's company ID. It is there. Okay, this code is actually confusing me. we get online and then we start running into errors before we actually queue everything, which is quite crazy. Because you can see department's company ID. Select from employees where exists. Select all from companies where department's company ID is equal to company's ID, right? And company ID is equal to 1. And concatenate first name and last name, like, yeah, okay. So this part for no such column department's company ID is really frustrating me. I don't understand what they mean by that. Because we clearly have a department over here. Through the designation as well. So we've gotten the relationship instance over here. Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, I think I know what to do here. So if we go to create over here, we'll go to warehouse department. Okay, then we'll come in here, query where. All right, we'll do another warehouse company, and then we'll do another function over here with the query. Our column ID is the current company ID, and we get everything. Okay, so boom. So attempt to read property name on null, but search by full name is a function inside this query here. No, it's not. It's inside here in the employee. I am working on a university database app, and I want to handle a situation where a student pays for the current semester or 3 semesters in the next semester. So I need a way to track these payments and maybe apply them to future semesters. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about, I think, when I was mentioning about proration, where like you can use virtual wallets if somebody overpays or uses those payments for a different semester, if those semesters have not come into effect, because let's say, for example, you have yeah, but I think it's a good idea. Honestly, it's a good idea. Definitely is a good idea, and it's something that we would definitely want to show as a tutorial at this point. So let's say we have a database. We have a semester that has a certain amount of money. Let's say this one is $1,000. All right, but these semesters that are coming in future have not been in effect. This one is active. Right, these ones are not active, and some also are not even defined. All right, so these ones are definitely not defined. These ones are not active. So these ones that are not active, let's say we don't even know the price, right? And this one also is not been know when. All right. So what you would have probably done is, like, to track these payments, you can have a database where like payments are coming in. And for these payments, you can just have these, different payments. Like you could take a semester, for example, this one here. You could take the total balance that this user has. So a user has a total balance, all right? So this total balance acts as the virtual wallet at this point. So what happens is, given that this guy enrolls for the semester, if he enrolls for the semester, the cost of the semester already deducts from the total amount. And now you have a certain amount that remains. But now with tracking payments, all you just need to do is, if somebody pays through the system, or if somebody pays through, like, maybe say even a pay bill account and through like the account number and all that, you can receive all those different things on your side. If you have a way of receiving payments, and the way of receiving payments that you've integrated into your application is maybe through the bank or through a payment system or through whatever, you can have those payments set up in a manner that, like, you can have those payments set up in a manner that every single time we have a user having a certain balance, if like the payment that they've made is above the semester's payments. I don't know. I feel like I can demonstrate it a little bit better than I explain it. I don't know. I feel like I can demonstrate it a little bit better than I can explain it. You're making the payment, you're not receiving it. You're registering the payment, you're not receiving. Meaning what? Like maybe you're receiving in cash and then you're like registering it in the system, or I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm looking at it on a point of, I don't know. Maybe you can explain it to me. I don't know. I feel like some of these things, if we were able to speak in person, so that I can probably be able to understand like what the dilemma is. Or when I verify the payment is in the bank. So you need a way to receive these, like when somebody is making the payments. Oh, like what Strathmore does. Yeah. Like when you make a payment to, like, let's say, like when somebody makes the payment to the bank, your system is already able to track those payments down. How do I even demonstrate this? Okay, maybe I'm not fully understanding it, because I understand like M-Pesa, of course, like our very local way of transferring money, of course, but wait, you don't need the payment to enter the database. You need a way to, like, really? Well, I thought you might need to store, like, maybe say some transaction codes, or like, given that you've enabled it in such a manner that like I don't know if you've used M-Pesa's pay bill functionality, where like when you're putting the pay bill, there's a pay bill number and then the account. So now all you're just doing is retrieving from M-Pesa based off of the account number that you're using. You're retrieving all the transactions without storing it into the database. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if what I've said made sense. It's like I'm storing the number and the text, like who sent the money and how much they sent. Okay. Yeah. So there's a way to track that, but you need a unique transaction ID as well. But that's what I meant by storing, like when you're storing the payments, right? You're storing the transaction ID, the amount. All right, like let me show you what happens here in my subscriptions. I think it's the same thing that I'm doing here. In my subscriptions, this is what I'm storing. Yeah. If I come in here, I'm storing inside my migrations. Yeah, and the student name, that's all. Exactly. So here in my subscriptions, you can see I have my company ID. So the company that has been paid for the subscription. We have the plan. So the plan at which we are purchasing this subscription. And then we have the reference, okay? The reference coming in from Paystack. Paystack is the payment provider that we're using. Then we have the start date and the end date. So this is the subscription itself. It's nothing to do with the payment. It's the subscription itself, when it begins and when it ends. And then the amount that they're paying and the currency that they're paying in. Then the payment method. So yeah, that's essentially how I would structure it. Also, when we're talking about like even the semesters, if I was dealing with semesters, actually, you know what? That's what I'm going to do right now. Actually, let me just show you what I plan on showing you. Actually, let's just create a new one. This time I want to use view. Thanks, man. You're a legend. No worries, man. No worries. I think it's all on a basis of trying to bring understanding to the community, and I'm glad I even have the opportunity and the platform to do that, man. Oh, and by the way, this is only 4 tables needed here. Trust me. It's gonna be very quick. It's gonna be very quick. Oh, we're almost done. Now it's doing the npm dev, npm run build, npm install, npm run dev, and then npm run build. Yeah, and we're done. We should be done by now. Boom. Okay, so let's open this. What do you know about the blueprint package? I don't know anything about the blueprint package. What do you know about the blueprint package? Okay. Speeds up the dev time. Oof. I've just landed on it just now. And creating the models and the migrations. Actually, let's test it out. Let's see how it works. I don't know why it's taking so long to load up. I'm not using any VPNs. I'm not using anything. Okay, so it's on Laravel Shift. Let's actually get started. Do we use this right out of the gate? Yo, that's actually insane. Like all this is all you just need to write? But it doesn't. Does it have support for Livewire or Inertia? I wonder. Okay, so this is the first time I'm using a Vue application. Let's actually see how this works. This is using Vue. Go to register. Okay. Shadcyan looks like Flux, a lot like Flux. Unless, let's actually see resources, views. Not resources, resources.js components. Do we have any tables? We do not. UI, oh, okay, there we go. We have the sidebar, we have the drop down menu, we have the avatar, we have the breadcrumbs, we have the buttons, we have the card. Okay, interesting. Do you have any custom CSS? Of course we do. Of course we do. But it's not even a lot. This looks good. Sheets. Man, this is a lot of components right here. So this is our dashboard. This is why I really dislike this is why I really dislike Tailwind. Is that it's just a lot of stuff, just a lot of BS. I don't know. Like, this is just too much. I don't like dealing with this. Okay, so let's get rid of this placeholder. Let's try do what? Let's try do how do we declare this again? How is it done again? I can't quite remember how to call these. Damn. I shouldn't have called with view. I've forgotten completely how to deal with view. Completely. Password settings, prevent update password, input, Moodle, then messages, form errors, no dynamic inputs. Okay, form errors, mail, and must verify, email is verified. Password. Okay, you know what? Nah, let's rethink this again. Let's rethink this again. I have a starting point that I use for everything, so I don't know why I'm trying to. Oh, you can hear me now? The internet went haywire. Alright, welcome back. Okay. Right, so let's do this. Let's use my starter kit, my own personal handcrafted starter kit, the one that I just did on the 5-minute video that I posted last time, and it is on, where is it? So I'm just going to come in here and just do git clone, have then insert, and then I'll call it learning. All right, now that we've done it here, we're going to come in here and open it in VS Code. And we're going to do a few things. Of course, Composer, install, So just so that you can see, we're using Laravel version 12. Here it is. But we're also using Jetstream, we're also using Sanctum, we're also using Tinker, Livewire version 3, and Volt. So we're talking about a school system, right? Let's do this real quick. Real quick. I won't even believe that we were able to do it that quick. I don't know how long this out to load files will take. See, this is why I use PowerShell. This is why I use PowerShell. Alright, so cpenv.example.env. Oh, .env.example. Right, so now we've done that. Now we can see our .env is over here. And now we can do PHP artisan key generate. Okay. So we'll do nrd. Oh, npm install first. nrd. And then we'll come into our browser, open it here, learning.test. So we don't have a database. So we'll come in here and do PHP artisan migrate, and I'll create the database. Yeah. So now we'll come in here and register. And yeah, we have here we go. What? And then it says user city, user's name, email, what. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know where this is coming from. I see. So creating the DB, let's just create the DB first. Yeah, we've not done the creation of the DB. So what I usually do here is I do Control N to open something new, and then I'll come in here and just do PHP artisan make model. So now we're dealing with, we already have our users in our situation over here. What we need to deal with here is a table for the students. Students need to have their own logins and all that different stuff, right? So I'll come in here, make model, and I'll just do student -m. And what else? What else do we do? In fact, before we even go any further, before we even go to, like, we're talking about a university over here. Universities, all right? We'll start with universities. Universities, they have faculties. So after faculty, inside the faculty, they'll have a course, right? Okay. Inside the course, we'll have students enrolling. Okay. Now, with these courses, we have different semesters that are coming in. So, semesters, when we have to register the semesters, we have to price the semesters, right? We'll probably have inside the semesters, we'll also have things like assignment and examinations, right? So, in order for us to create those, we'll come in here, we'll start with there. We already have the universities. Now we'll deal with the faculties. Okay, we'll deal with the faculty, we'll deal with the course, we'll deal with the student, we'll deal with the semester, assignments, okay, and exam. And then you see now, because we have courses and an exam for a particular semester, we'll probably treat it like, a course can only have one main exam per semester. So there has to be pivot tables over here. We can also do it like this. A student can enroll into one course per university, right? So which means that the student already has one course. But then we'll need to do it as many to many, because if the student finishes this course, then, at the end of the day, they'll be able to enroll for another course that is in a different faculty altogether. So that will be a many to many relationship. So we'll do PA make migration, and then we'll say create course student table. And yeah, students will roll multiple courses. Yes. Precisely what I've just said. So the reason why I have that like that, because a student can finish a course, enroll themselves into another course. This course could be a master's, could be a diploma, degree, whatever, but it's different from the one that they started with initially. But can they enroll at the same time? They shouldn't be able to enroll at the same time. Most universities don't have the possibility to enroll at the same time. All right, even the courses themselves have units. Okay? So when the courses have the units, and each unit has its own level of prerequisite as well. Right? The DB only the university use it? Will use it. Only the university will use it, yeah. Unless you want to do like a learning management system that works like a software as a service. Now that's totally different. We'll have university at the very top over here. Students will check the exams only. Student might check the exams only. I'll show you how we go about this. An exam is assigned to a student through a unit. Every unit has an exam. Okay, every unit has to have an exam. You can probably have one exam at a time for a unit. That could be ideal. You can have many assignments in one unit. So the assignment is to unit is one to many. This assignment can't belong to any other unit, so there's no need to create a pivot table. We have the semester. Uh-huh. So one student can enroll for one unit in one semester. You can't enroll for the same unit twice. And yeah, you can't enroll for the same unit twice. So it's going to be another pivot table between those three. It can be complex, it can be simple, depends. So let's create this, yeah? Let's actually create this as a starting point. Let me even get rid of this, the university point over here. Okay, so I'll just come in here, copy this, paste it inside here. And we have all our models ready with our database and migrations ready. So let's now start crafting the database. We'll start doing the faculties. We'll do the table string name, and that's all we need to do. For the faculties, we can do courses. Courses, we can do name, and then we can do faculty ID as well. And duration will depend on the units, definitely. And then the units table, so we'll come in here and do the name of the unit. The faculty, no, not the faculty, but the course. But now I'm starting to think, because there's situations where you have a unit that can belong to many courses. Say, for example, communication skills. I remember when I was going to university and I was doing communication skills together with BCom students, and I was a BBIT student. So this one can have units. We can have course ID. No, we can have something different. Maybe the description. And yeah, I'll just leave it like that. And then we'll have the course student table, so where we have the course. So foreign ID, course ID constrained, student ID constrained, primary course and students, that's okay. And then we'll have the students table, where we'll have the name, unit ID, name. We'll just use the user's situation. We'll use it like the user's table. So I'll come in here and copy everything inside the user's table. Yeah, I'll come in here and copy it from the user's table, and then we'll come in and paste it here. And then we'll move to, we have the name, we have the email. We could do a phone number and make it nullable. And email verify that. Oh no, we have phone there. No, city should have been nullable. And even inside this users table, city shouldn't have even been there. Address shouldn't have been there. Phone verify that shouldn't be there. Phone shouldn't be there either. All right, so now that we have that there, we'll just do PHP out to send migrate fresh seed, and now we'll start again. Okay, so I have this dashboard, and let's just finish this again. We have the units table, we have the course student table, we have the students table. So we have the name, email, and all that stuff, the courses that they enroll, and then we have the assignments. So now we can come in here and do the assignments. So there's the unit ID, and then there's the name of the assignment, there's the description of the assignment, then there's the date due. Maximum attempts could be there, could be something else. Okay, let's put maximum attempts there, and weighted average, and the status of whether or not it's been submitted or not. Um, okay, so what we can do here is not type. What we can do here is the score. So we have the weight, and then we also have the score. And over here we'll use decimal. And we put in at 10 too. And then we can put weight. Weight is a percentage. I'll put decimal because you need to also calculate this at the best level. This one I'll leave both at 10 too. And that's which is the default. So yeah. So you're saying make it simple. Now here's the thing. I don't even know how far I've gone to know whether or not I've done this thing to make it simple. I don't know how far I've gone. But I've done it in such a manner that like we can have students having their own like details over here, and then we have the password as well. Then we have assignments. Of course, there's the weighted average for the assignments. Then we have the exams. Okay, actually, assignment. No, yeah. And then the exams. Then now we have exams. Exams should be the same as assignments, really. Exactly the same as assignments. Except... yeah, so we'll come in here and do the same assignments and exams at the same level, and then we have the semesters table, where now we have the name of the semester, the course, the start date, the end date of the semester, and then we can actually we don't even need to put the name, we just need to do the start date and the end date, and then we work with semesters like that generally. So with the courses, yeah. So how will we work with the payment part? Now that is what you really want to work with. What I will do with the payment part, let's say for example, I'm using a system like, so payments. If I'm using the system like this, like, what payments processor are you using? Or are you using the bank? Are you using the bank or are you using a payments processor? Or are you collecting cash? If you're collecting cash, you only just need to like, just put a database over here. So I'm just going to come in here and do PHP artisan make model payment -m. And the only thing that you probably need to do at this point here is, if a student pays, you already know that this is going to be a student ID over here. And you could record for which semester that they've paid for, or you could just leave it at null. Actually, you could leave it at null. You come in here and just say the amount, which is decimal, and then the date at which they paid and the payment method. And of course, if they paid in a different method like M-Pesa, you pay with the reference. You put a reference there. And that's how I would do it, as simple as possible. This is the how I would record it, and then I would create like a CRUD system to monitor those payments. Okay, so I'd select the student, put the amount that they've paid, payment date, payment method. I'd probably put default cash. And then I'll have reference over here if, Now, here's another thing about payment methods is you can actually do this. You can, instead of using string, you can do enum. Okay, then you have payment method over here. And then the payment methods that you have are cash. Now we'll also put M-Pesa. Then we'll come in here and do card. And also bank transfer. So we'll do it like this: cash, M-Pesa, card, and bank transfer. Right. So this is where I'll use enum as a payment method. Then reference is just a string. It's like a random payment reference of which you can use. You can even leave it null actually. Payment semester. I don't think you'd include payment semester because you see the payment date is already here. Okay. Now, what you could probably do is you attach like this. This is what you would do. Yeah, this is what you would do. I'll come in here and just do PHP Artisan make migration. Then we'll call this create. P comes before S, right? So payment semester table. Okay. Swear. Now this is where you come in here, and we'll get rid of this. We'll do the payment ID and the semester ID. Okay, and then the amount at which you want to put from this payment that is over here. Let's say, for example, somebody pays. Okay, let me explain the logic at which I am using that, actually. So let me go to the whiteboard. I need to explain why I have done that. And you need to think about it like that widely. And the reason why I do it that widely is because you need to avoid all kinds of loopholes that could be triggered by the system. Okay? And also remove the limiting factors. So we have a certain amount of money. This is for the semester. And let's say that the amount that you need to pay here is $1,000. Okay? The payment over here, the amount that has been paid, let's say you've been given in cash $2,500. Okay? The semester only needs $1,000. Okay? So, which means you need to come in here and track how you're going to distribute this $2,500 that you've been given for the payment of these semesters. So from this payment, how much has gone into the semester? Okay, we have the payment semester. So the amount that has gone in here, you've selected this semester, okay, and you've selected this payment, but the amount that you've deducted from the payment is going to be $1,000. Okay, so which means the semester is fully paid for and the payment is remaining with a balance of $1,500. I don't know if that makes sense. So let's say student per semester is $250 and you've received a payment of, let's say, $300, right? You pay in full for the semester and the balance that you remain with is $50. So you need this table over here, this payment semester table. You need this payment semester table to act as that pivot so that you can be able to track how much have you allocated for the payment of the semester and how much is remaining as the balance for the student. In such a manner that, like let's say for example, this guy underpays, okay? Let's say that the figure that is in question at this point, let me just remove these. So let's say the figure that is in question at this point is not 2,500. Let's say it's 500. And then the next payment, okay, is going to be maybe say $1,000. So which means that the payment that is coming from here to go to the semester is about $500. Okay, and then now the payment that comes in from this next payment, the amount that comes in from here till here is another $500. So whatever balance that you're remaining with over here is about another 500. So that's how that would work. So it's not a matter of tracking which semesters he's paid for. It's a matter of tracking the amount of money that has been paid. From what I understood from what you're querying, is you want to track the amounts of money that has been paid and the semesters that have been taken by this student, and if the amount of money that has been paid by the student is going to tally with the semesters that they've taken and the cost of the semesters that have been taken. Now, the cost of the semesters could be also determined by the number of units that have been taken through during that semester, and these units have a price attached to them, which is, it could sound fair in that regard. So you could definitely have a semester to units pivoting table so that you can track, like, maybe say the pricing of the units as well. So one thing I can tell you is that if you want to build a system for production, because I understood that you said that I need to make it simple, okay? Make you understand it in a more simpler manner. There's nothing that is being used in production in this world that is as simple as creating a semesters table and then a payments table, attaching it to the semesters. The payment is based on the semester. If you want the payment to be based on the semester, then it would just be fair if we went ahead and, but that's a simple table. Again, it's definitely limited. We could have gotten rid of this semesters table, and then we could have come in here and done the payments table, and then the payment method, we wouldn't even include the amount, because over here on the semesters is where the price is dictated. Okay, so if the payment is being paid, we wouldn't even include the amount, because you'd expect that the amount that is being paid is fixed. So what I will have done essentially is, yes, of course we're attaching it to the student ID, but we're also attaching it to the semester, like that, right? So if this is the situation, if that is the situation, then it means that you're definitely having a point at which, every single payment that is coming in from this student is definitely going to be attached to this particular semester that is in question. And like every bit of payment. But now let's say a student makes a payment of, let's say, $500, and the semester is only going to allocate for you $250 for that particular semester. So where's the data going to go for the other payment that is going there? Because you see, even with the reference, let's say this person paid with M-Pesa. It's not like now when you're recording this payment, the reference you're recording, you're going to put a different amount as compared to whatever it is that this person has paid. If you understand if you get me, if you truly understand what I'm trying to say. Like if the reference is there, like let's say for example, I have a transaction on M-Pesa, 5,000 shillings has come into my phone, right? And there's a reference of the reference line. If I give that reference inside my database, if I give that data inside my reference, and I give a different amount as compared to what it is that I received, then where did the other payment go? That's why I wouldn't advise to put to base the payments on the semester. Where is the other payment? Yeah, that's the question I'm asking. Like, where is the other payment? Where will it go, right? So you need to track the payments separate from the semester. You don't base it on the semester itself. If a payment has come in, store it. If a payment has come in on behalf of a student, store the payment. Store the payment. Now, once you've stored the payment on behalf of a student, you'll be able to now allocate those payments to the different semesters through this table. So let's say somebody pays $1,000. There are 2 semesters of $500 each, or rather, let's say there are 2 semesters of $400 each, right? Which makes it 800. But this person has only paid 500. Then you can decide you want to allocate that payment accordingly. You want to allocate it like, okay, half of that payment goes to semester 1, half of that payment goes to semester 2. And you can have that recorded. You can actually have that showing the balance on your payments module. And I don't know. I don't know if you're actually understanding like how I'm seeing the whole database structure work in this situation. I don't know. Maybe you tell me. Maybe I've overcomplicated it. I hope I've not overcomplicated it. But you know, we can go over these things again from scratch until like you definitely fully understand it, and you know, actually go even beyond and create something a little bit more robust. So yeah, that's just my take on how things are right now. So I don't know, Siad, have I overcomplicated it for you, or is it a bit more level-headed? If there's a rest of payment, I don't know. I don't know. Some part of me feels like I may have overcomplicated it, but I don't know. I think maybe we'll sit down and do this in a full video. I'll do this in a separate video actually, because this is part of the beginners course that I want to start doing for Laravel, and we're going to build 3 different applications. There's going to be first of all, I'm going to start by building a website. Then I build a blog. Then I build an e-commerce system. Then I build a whole ERP, like a learning management system, which is the last thing that we will build. So those are 4 different applications I will be building in that course, and it will, you know, it will help. I'm pretty sure it will help in understanding business logic when it comes to creating these databases. But yeah. But let me just explain it from a basic term, yeah? Let me just do it like this, yeah? Let me even just open Notepad in this situation. And then we can begin. Okay. So, if not even if, let's say our semester costs, our semester payment costs, let's say you've compiled all the units and you've gotten it to be 100,000. So a semester payment costs, let's even call it like this, 122 477, right? Because this is the logic I'm thinking about this 0.45. So normally we have the semester payment costing 122 477.45. Okay, this is the cost of our semester payment. Now, because we can't pay it in decimals, we usually pay like a full amount, right? If we come in here and state the student does a payment to the school of 125,000 Kenyan shillings. All right. So the allocation to the semester $250 every 4 months. Which school is that? I'm talking about university. This is like which one? Like almost all the universities in Kenya in particular, universities like big major universities pay roughly this amount of money per semester for school fees. I think this is tuition fees in most universities on the top end in Kenya and maybe even like the world, I would say. But even the world, there are some countries that are even higher, maybe like a lot more. In Somalia, universities are the cheapest in East Africa. I think that's the reason why you're saying it's a lot of money, because the way you guys experience it is different from the way us experience it in terms of the amount that we pay for tuition. But the allocation, okay, so we'll finish. So the allocation for the semester is, okay, 122,477. So the balance, what is the balance? So balance on the student account is, all right? So that's why I was talking about virtual wallets, okay? Like virtually, you can definitely see that this guy has paid more money than he should have paid. So how much does the school owe him back? Okay, that's what's usually stored in the like you take all this data, like the payment of the student and the pay and the cost of the semester at that particular point of the units that he has taken, and then that's when you now take into account, okay, the balance of the student's account is. Then you come in here and take that 125,000, and then you subtract it from the 122,477, which is equal to, I don't know if AI will give me the answer from this, but we can just use our calculator. But this should be like about 3,532.55, something like that. Okay, I'm guessing numbers here. 125,000 minus, no, it should be 2,532.55. Let us see if you're right. I'm right. 2,522.55. Yeah. So that's what the balance remains. All right. This is what the balance would be. Yeah. So essentially, if that's the balance, right, then this balance, like let's say for example, now a new semester, okay, so let's say a new semester payment costs, now this time it will probably be something like 119, 3 or 2 point, so to the nearest 5 cents, I'll say 0.95, right? And then the student pays 120,000. Okay, because like to the nearest thousands is what somebody usually does when they're paying for something, or the nearest hundreds and stuff like that. They don't like to deal with decimals. Besides, there's no, like in our Kenyan shillings, you can't get denominations in cents. The smallest denomination is 1 shilling. And even that 1 shilling, it's rare for somebody to use it. Nowadays, I would say even the smallest denomination is 5 shillings, right? So this is how this is done. So if we come in here and we do the balance on the student's account, we'll come in here and take this one here, okay? We'll come in here, take this. This is the balance initially, but then now they've paid. Now they've also paid 120,000, right? And then now you're minusing this one here. So now in that situation, you've taken this 2,000, you've added this 120,000, and then you subtracted it from 119,302. So in the end, what you're going to have is roughly about 3,824, 3,825 .4, I think. So what did I say? 3,825.4, something like that. Let me actually add that. So 2522 plus 120,000, yes, minus 119,302.95. Oh, yeah, it's 32, not 38. 32, 19.05. Yeah, I think the minus instead of the plus is what got to me. Anyway. So yeah, so 32, 19.05. So it means that at this point, you've paid like almost 1,000 shillings extra than what you were supposed to pay over here. And then you already had a balance of 2,500. So now that already adds on to your balance. Okay. So now, essentially, you can definitely see that the payment and the semesters are not going hand in hand. The payment and the semesters are not going hand in hand. Yeah. Somebody makes a payment totally unrelated to the semester. All right. Totally unrelated to the semester, but it's going to be like taken into account. Whatever balance that is on there, it's going to be taken into account into the semester. There's even situations where, like let's say for example, let's say a new semester payment. So there's even situations where a new semester payment costs like say 119,302.95. Another one, right? And then the student comes in and pays 118, or even no. Let's even do. Let's do 100,000, which means they have not completed the payment. Okay. Like even when the parent pays it, yeah. You see, there's a way that you can take it into account that, like it's on behalf of the student. Okay, like maybe there's a payment that comes in and it's on behalf of the student through, like, let's say student ID that has been given to maybe say a bank, or through M-Pesa's pay bill, or like let's say even comes in cash. When you come in and give cash, you also asked, normally the treasurers and the accountants usually ask you, like, okay, so you've given this cash, what is it for? Tuition fees. What's the student ID? They don't even ask for the student's name. So that's how I look at it. And let's say this is 100,000 going into that fee. Okay, balance is equal to 3219.05, okay? So if this balance is at 3219.05 and we have 100,000 paid and the new semester costs this much, then how much are we in deficit? So we come in here and say the balance on the student's account is equal to, now we'll take the semester because he's already studying in this semester. All right, he's already taken the semester, he's already studying, he's already probably going to do the exams. Okay. Now, if we have this, the new semester payment and all that, we have to take into account the 100,000 in this situation, and then add it to the 3219.05. Okay, and then we subtract the 119,302.5. So let's say we add all those. If that is the situation, then we're going to have a negative by default. All right. So we're going to come in here and do 100,000 plus 3219.05. Then we subtract 119,302.5. Then we're going to get a negative. So it will be Kenyan shillings negative 16,083.45. And now that means that the student owes the school 16,083.45. So there has to be another payment that comes in to balance those books. And that's how we play that game. So I don't know if that makes sense. Like you just you need to record those payments on the side. You also need to record like this student is enrolling for semesters, and now once it enrolls for semesters, then and then using the balance levels of the student, you can now determine if the balance is lesser than, maybe say, like if this person has a debt of negative, if this person has a debt of negative 50,000, then they can't sit for exams. So now this is eligibility test. If the balance is less than 50,000, they can't sit for exams. Another thing that is usually checked is if attendance, things like all that. But now let's just talk about the payments module. If the balance is less than that, as per school policy, then they can't sit for exams. If the school policy if the balance is less than 10,000, they owe more than 10,000, then they're eligible. So in this situation, this student who's been paying these fees is eligible to sit for this semester's exams. I hope that makes sense at that point. And yeah, I think that's how I would have operated with like the whole essence of crafting my database. I would have crafted it to cater for all of that. And that's essentially what we're going to be building in that beginner's course. Now, I'll make an announcement on it on a separate video sometime later. Actually, when I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to actually do it. So, yeah. So, yeah. Right now we have 8 more to go. You guys have done amazing. You guys have done amazing. So I have 8 more subs to go, which is quite nice. Storing videos and images. Hey, we'll even do video players. We'll even do a remote system where we'll be doing live streams through the application, okay? Such that we can have a remote learning system through the learning management system. We'll build a very robust learning management system that has never been seen being developed on anywhere on YouTube. Trust me when I tell you this, it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be something that you like once you build it, it's just going to be something else. I'm not going to Laravel live stream. I don't think I'm going to use a different package other than FFmpeg. So FFmpeg, HLS technologies. So I'll use that, but I think I've never seen right, there we go. So there's also this, right? And then there's also so many different things. So WebRTC with socket.io, it's there. So we could use packages, but we're going to use FFmpeg with HLS and connect it through Chocolatey and all those different stuff. Oh no, it's not oh, so you weren't talking about the package. Okay. Yeah, I got carried away, but there's a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff you can develop with this. A lot of things you can develop with this. Really? Really? Allow live stream? Maybe it's something that maybe it's something that I don't actually know. Like I don't know about this. Broadcasting events, at least broadcasting events I can get it. But I don't know about, so I don't. Yeah, okay. Let's just be fair. Your English, man. It's losing me. It's losing me heavy. But I'm trying, you know, the thing is, you see, you're speaking because you understand me, right? You're speaking because you understand me, and you're trying to also understand further. You're trying to ask questions, which is very important. And I want to also say that I will always try to get you to try and understand you, to explain everything so that you can get it. And yeah, I think it's very important that we have this kind of understanding. Like, just because maybe say your English is bad, let's say, right, doesn't mean that now I have to sit down there and just be like, okay, so now your English is bad, I'm not gonna answer your questions, right? I have to try because at the end of the day, you've come in, you've asked the questions, you want to know something. That's the whole purpose of me actually doing these streams and doing this channel. So I'd say, yeah. You're my mentor, thanks. Man, Anytime, man. Anytime. It actually makes me feel a lot better knowing that you know I'm not um, I'm not a douche. Yeah. But now let's do this. First of all, let's fix this accept invite. Because I don't understand why these redirectors are not doing anything. Let's fix this invite. So it's inside Livewire user invitation accept. And I don't understand why it's because inside here it's okay. So yeah, these redirectors, I don't understand why it's not redirecting the way I wanted it to redirect. Get facade accessor for redirect. Okay. Okay, so at this point it's accepted. It should log me in. Or it should be an email. Hmm? Oh, okay. Let's try another user. This one, this one. Send invitation. Okay, so it sent the invitation. If I hit join now, okay, so now we have that working. Okay, so I have this one, and then I have this one. Okay, this one is working. So resend email verification. CP means copy. So when you're copying, you state the first file, which is .env.example, and then you finish .env, and then you hit enter at that point. Then afterwards, that's when you do PHP artisan key generate. I think that's how you go about that. Unless you've done that and you've not done Composer install first. Oh no, you don't even need to do composer install first. You just do cp, then env.example.env, you know. Verify, and we're in. So one thing that's happening over here is you can definitely see that once the invite has been accepted, what we're trying to do is authenticate the user that has not been created. So this is when you're registering, okay? And in a case where you have this user registered, attach these rules, then okay, maybe we don't need to. I see the logic that I was looking at over here. This redirect is not making any sense. So upon registration, damn, this one is interesting. I think I'll just leave it like this. So now when we come in and okay, this part is not bad. I think access to the company is not bad. I think where we are. Copy is shortened here to CP or not? It's already shortened. Like it should exist already. Like if I go to CMD, I do CP. Oh no, not CP. I think don't use command prompt. I think you're using command prompt. In PowerShell, it's already shortened. Yeah, in I think you're using CMD, you're using command prompt instead of using PowerShell. Because it works in PowerShell, it works in Bash. Yeah, it works in Bash. It works in PowerShell, but it doesn't work in CMD. Maybe that's what you're doing. Maybe let me know. Oh, so I can't delete this user, but I can delete this one. Boom. Yeah. So now just change to PowerShell instead. Like if you go to your VS Code, then over here, this is where you change it. So I will even do configure terminal settings, and then you select the terminal that you want to use by default, either through here or through how is it that how did I do it again? Select default profile over here, then you select the default profile. So PowerShell command prompt git bash. You select PowerShell. I think PowerShell works very nicely with Windows. Ah, I see. Just get rid of them. Like I think I need to edit that inside my. I need to edit that inside my stuff over here. So I don't know. I added all those tables. But I need to get rid of them. So inside models should be user alone. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, I think what you've done, you see, the best thing that you could have done, um, let me see. What you could have done, you see, this is the master branch. Don't copy the master branch. Actually, in fact, you should have done the tags and then you make sure that you select the tags. Let me go to my settings and make sure that the tag is the default. Um, so over here in this branch, you can definitely see inside database, we have migrations. You can see the users table. So I think what I had done is my previous commit. I think I committed it to this branch by mistake. But good thing is I released version 1 initially. You can see my users table is not that flocked. And what you can do also with that is like you can come in here, go to release notes, and then you can just take the source code zip. And once you take the source code is when you can now like you extract it and do all those steps. I got to realize that also when I did it myself as well. Like if you can see, I don't know where it is. Let me see. Okay, if you can see, we have it here. So you see, I had to get rid of those items over there. The name, email, and all those different things. So I got rid of the city, got rid of the address. So if you rewind it back, you'll be able to see it. So sorry about that. Sorry about that. It works for you now. Great. Excellent stuff. So yeah, have fun with that. I think I've also provided all the components. It's in Bootstrap version 5 as well. So yeah, you can like edit so many different things. Yeah. And you can build apps like this one now. The only thing that's really pissing me off about this is, check this out. Check this out. The only thing that's really pissing me off about this one right now is if I go to the was it the employees index, I'll come in and do maybe another small over here. And here I'll put employee designation, department, company name. Watch what happens to all of these guys, yeah? So you have tech innovators all the way till okay, I guess we're good. I guess we're good at this point. So we might not actually have to create relationships per se. Because isn't this tech innovators as well? Yes, it is. So I don't have to do that. And how I've requested it is from okay, like that. Company employees. And if this is the case, then even advances is going to be something different. Watch this. We could come in here and do advances for the company. And the advances in question will come in like this. So I'll go to advances index, and it's instead of doing advance in company order by like that, I would probably no, actually this is okay because I need to paginate them. So upon pagination, employee company ID, session company ID. So let's go to advances, we see. How do you change the BG color of the sidebar? So if you want to change the background color of the sidebar, go to resources, SAS, app.scss, and then you have your colors there. So you have something default BG, I think you have default BG there. The colors are there. So you can change background. It's using linear gradient. You can change from background into background color, and then you can use a plain color. Really up to you. Property company does not exist on Eloquent instance. Property company does not exist on Eloquent instance. So this doesn't exist inside employee class. Company. Wow, there's a lot of functions I created over the times. Damn. Okay, so it's okay then. Damn, this thing is really pissing me off right now at this point. Because I know if I come in here and try and search for the advances without using the scope in company, I'll be able to create new and all the employees pop up. Models employee company must return a relationship instance. Not always. Okay. Scoping company query. So this query, scoping company query. This doesn't work. Excellent. Ah, that's what I was looking for. I was wondering why it was taking its sweet time to bring something for me. Okay. Now, employee company must return a relationship instance, but it's returning a belongs to many instance, which is fine. So now when you come here into advances, use the in company method. Company get related. Hmm. This is how I use AI now. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's it. Sneezy, the employees isn't a relationship. It's a PHP array. It must return. What? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. True, 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 true. But I'm not even checking from within the. But then you see now the thing is, I can't. I. These are three different levels. Let me see. Through designation, but the company doesn't have a designations. Uh, we'll use has many and joins in raw eloquent. Excellent. Okay, so that should be that actually. Now this get related, I don't know where it's coming from. No such column. Departments, department ID. This one is fine. Let's go to employees. What the hell? What's the code in advanced PHP? So I have everything is giving me relationships with with inner joins. Everything is giving me like all that is required with inner joins. But the thing I don't understand is why is it telling me this from the dashboard area? Company dashboard. This employees, this company designations, flat map. This employee is equal to this company. So this company is coming from this get current company, which is a function inside the dashboard to get the current company. So to get the current company, we need, which function is it? To get current company. Wait, why don't I have that function here? Oh, okay, yeah, it's a trait. Get company context. That's the trait. So this company is equal to get the current company. This instance is Carbon now. Yeah, it's a trait that I've attached over here. This one. And I've created it. So it's a trait that I created and I've attached there. Get current company. This instance is Carbon now. This employees is equal to this company employees. And then this month is equal to this instance format ym. Okay, let's see what happens. So employees company ID is not there. I see what I've done. Just company. So has employees. This has many employee class. Designation where the designation ID is equal to the designation's ID. Departments is designations department ID is equal to the department's ID. Then department's company ID is equal to this ID, so the ID of this company. Then we select the employees, select all employees. This is fair. This works. Unless now there's another employees function somewhere. Users, departments, designations, employees. Yeah, this should work. By telling me there's no such column, employees company ID. Select all from employees where employees inner join designations, employees designation ID, designation IG, inner join departments, department ID and designations, employees. When did we talk about employees company ID being equal to 1? That should be inside here still. Let's see what happens. Now this code is interesting, man. This code is very interesting. Must be the new employees code. Or the new employees code. Yeah, could be. Could be. But given that okay, let's comment this out first, yeah? And let's do this. Let's say this department flat map employees, no, flat map, and we'll take employees and we'll return the function that is usually enrolled into that. If we do that, oh, the property flat map does not exist. Wait, what? This is quite interesting because this clearly shows an error that makes more sense. It makes more sense to have this error. Yeah, I'd say it makes more sense to have this error compared to the other one. Yeah, and I truly believe that this one is, the way it is just fine. Maybe the way I've declared it inside the dashboard is a bit weird. Yeah. So now it brings me to a whole perspective of restructuring this database. It brings me to a whole restructuring of this database. Maybe getting rid of the company ID was a wrong move, but then again, there's a certain level of redundancy that will be eliminated. Let's say we attach a designation to this user, right? You attach a designation to this employee, but then you attach them to a different company compared to where the designation is supposed to be. Wouldn't that be a bit of a very haywire? I don't know. I think this is just weird. It'll be out of sync, yeah. So that's why I'm trying as much as I can. Maybe it's not even the company code. Maybe it's here in employees. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this employee belongs to a company. Not belongs to many companies. Actually, let me reverse this. There's a bug in the layout codes that you're using. What's the bug? What's the bug that you're running into? Instead of zoom in the sidebar. Could be the font. Could be font issues. The layout codes that you're using. What layout did I do? Anything belongs to many. Like around 75% zoom in. Okay, so what you're experiencing, in short, you're saying, I'm actually just log in as an admin. I ask what it is that you're experiencing. Okay, so you're talking about something like what? Something like this. Is this what you're experiencing? Maybe it's the font. Have you checked the font that is inside? Okay, just hold on. Let me finish editing this so that I can. This is inside. Mm-mm. I found it. So when you go to a profile and zoom in 175, then collapse the sidebar, then try clicking the three horizontal lines, then dashboard. Okay, you've zoomed in 175 like this. You like, is that what you've done? Like, I don't know. What do you mean? Mm-hmm. Looks like it's clickable to me. Like this. Wait, hold on. Then zoom out. Zoom 175. Go to profile. I'm at profile. What do I do next? I'm at 175. I'm at 175. Or should I go higher? This is 200. Okay, 200. Yeah. Oh, I've seen the modal cover up. So I might not be able to click dashboard. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But then again, like, who is using this thing at 200 zoom? $200 zoom, bro. Why are you doing this for mobile phones? Okay, let me just look at why is your computer at 175, man? Why would you do that to yourself? All right, so let's do this, yeah. For mobile phones, this is the essential layout. I'm using a Pixel 7 test, yeah. We can use maybe say a Galaxy S8 or a S20. This is how it looks on mobile, right? If I click on the three dots, oh, that's interesting. Oh damn, that's a bug there. That's a bug. Okay, you win. But is it just the profile section? Yeah, that's a bug. That's a bug. We'll sort it out. I'll sort it out and I'll push the code online. But hey, I don't know what could. Oh, I don't know what could have caused that because I mean here. Okay, let's zoom into that 200 again. I can click on my items, so this one definitely works. And I don't know what could have caused that. You can see my mobile version of this works. When I get time, I'll do it. Let me just focus up on finishing sorting out this bit of and I need to do a redirect over here as well. There's something that has been redirecting from here. This one is inside the acceptance one. So Livewire user accepts, and this one is route user dashboard. Yeah, I need to add a redirect inside my web routes. Close all. No such column departments, department ID. Where is it getting department ID from? Unless there's something inside my models that is not right. I'm wondering where it's getting department ID from. Okay. Okay. All right. So designations. So employees have designation IDs. Designations have ID. So this is the operator. Fine. Okay. That's it. There's one last join I've not done. So that's it. That was the last join I didn't do. But this one is coming in from. This must be coming in from this. Yeah, this must be coming in from the. So company comes. This one must be coming in from company. As many employee join the designations. Then departments. This one is the departments first. It should be departments first, then designation second, then companies last. But this one from the company side, it should be the departments first, then designation second, then employees last. Mm-mm. Mm. Designations where the designation department's ID is equal to. So this is where we're joining departments. Okay, going back to this. Joining companies. We're joining the first table we join from companies is departments. After joining departments, we join. Okay, I'm not. Damn. All right, looks like we have to go back to the documentation. The query builders. Joins. Now let's use eloquence also. have this. If the relevant relationships have already been defined and all of your models involved in that relationship, you may fluently define has many through relationship by invoking the through method and supplying the names of the relationships. For example, if the application model has environments relationship and the environment model has deployments relationship, you may define has many through relationship connecting the application and the deployments like so. Though the deployment models table does not contain an application ID column, the HasManyThrough relation provides access to an application deployments via the application deployments. To retrieve these models, Eloquent inspects the application ID column and the immediate environment models table. After finding the relevant environment IDs, they used to query the deployment models table. Do you mean to tell me all this time, on reading the documentation, I could have done this through, look at this employee through the designation class. So I'll come in here and do designations, right? Through So I'll come in here through designations and then through departments has company. What? Okay, hold on. Okay. No, this one is not the issue. So let's leave this one like this. Okay. So this, then we'll come in here and say through, and then we'll say departments. Through designations. Has many employees. If I do that and it works, let's do has employees. Okay, so at least now we know that function works. So the pending has through relationship. But designations, we can do this. This through. Oh wait, no, hold on. This one through designations has employees. Mother effing. What the hell? What do you mean? Okay. Employees. Okay, we don't have any employees here because this is which company? Tech Innovators Limited. Tech Innovators Limited has 0 employees. Does it have 0 employees? Okay, so now we have multiple relationships over here now. So this one works. This works. So through the relationship of designations, I have employees. Here, then that means that this one, through the relationship of departments have designations. Oh. Ah. I read the documentation. That's it. That's all. No way. No way. Everything. Not. Nah. Okay, let's view the company. Let's go to employees. Okay, I guess the employees are though. I don't see them. But Tech Innovators has 37 employees. Okay, so looks like I'm replacing that line with everything. What do you mean? Okay, so the employee has a department through the designation. That's okay. So the company through the designations. So here for the company through the departments has a designation. Okay. Now we go to view the company. We go and view the employees. But we don't have any employees. Now that's the only problem. Unless even the designations themselves are not showing up. Okay, I have not even defined those ones. I have not even defined all those. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's a pain in the ass. That's a proper pain in the ass. Like proper. Because here's the thing. This is what the code is doing, right? I've gone to this point over here and it's told us that we use the string-based syntax. If we use the string-based syntax, all the relevant relationships are fair game. Okay, so this is what happens. Now that we've examined the table structure and the relationship, okay, in the relationships that we have defined in those different, when you have immediate relationships between tables. So this is what happens. If you use the string level syntax, they have code in the background that does all the heavy lifting for you. Where, like let's say we have these tables, application, environments, and deployments, right? We want to get deployments that belong to the application, okay? So this is how they've generally done it. Inside the application, they've said that we have deployments. And they've said we return this through environments. So through this environments table, it has deployments. And inside here in the environments table, it's checking for the application ID and attaching it to the application itself. And then all the environments with this application ID from that one application that we are checking will have all these deployments. And so it will return that relationship fit for all that in that case. And now I think from this scope in company, we'll use the warehouse situation. And I'll just have GitHub Copilot fix this. Okay. So I need to check this employees overview. Company employees index. What employees are being returned? So company employees. So company employees, this one here. So here, I need to come in here and do company employees like this. And then, yeah, I think that's it. I'll save that, and all my employees are here. God, look at that. Look at that. It's become super easy now. Like, and then now what I want to do here is to make sure that the employees that are here are belonging to this company. So in order for me to do that, so I'll come in here and do employee company name. And boom. So app models employee departments. So this method has not been defined. App models employee departments. Employee departments. It's department. Oh wait, so true designation has department. So this belongs to one department. This is one department. And through the relationship of department has company. And now you can come in here. Ooh, what the hell is this? No, this one you have to use stack. This one you have to use stack. This one I know I can get the solution in stack. Okay, I think we're good. We're good at that situation. So the department belongs to a company, right? So the department belongs to a company. Did we declare that inside the department? Yes, we did. Belongs to company. So now, given that this is the situation, I'd like to return the has one through, please. Or I won't even return any. So we go to users dashboard, view company, and then view employees. Dot local key name. So there's something up with this one. Okay, so you can see company, department there, company ID. So we have a department. I don't understand why the company is not showing up. But the scope works, at least. So now, given that we already have all that, I don't need this. I can just come in here and just do department title. What? Definition, department, company name. Okay, fair. I think we're good to go. Tech innovators, all of them. I think we're good to go. Okay, now time to explain what the code is doing better, okay? So, this code is just for declaring relationships. However, we cannot extract data from these relationships. Now, the code is declared like this. When we're looking at the string-based syntax, right? All right, let's actually talk about this. The has many through relationship provides a convenient way to access distant relations via an intermediate relation. For example, let's assume we are building a deployment platform like Laravel Cloud. An application model might access many deployment models through an intermediate environment model. Using this example, you could easily gather all deployments for a given application. Let's look at the tables required to define this relationship. We have the applications, we have the environments, and we have the deployments, okay? So now that we have examined the table structure for the relationship, let's actually define the relationship on the application model. So when we're looking at whatever it is that's going on over here, we're trying to access the deployments from the application's context, okay? Now, if we want to access the application's context from the deployments context from the applications, we have to go through the environment class, okay? So we have many deployments through the environment class. The first argument passed to the has many through method is the name of the final model we wish to access, while the second argument is the name of the intermediate model, okay? Now, if the relevant relationships have already been defined on all the models involved in the relationship, you may fluently define a highest many through relationship by invoking the through method and supplying the names of those relationships. So instead of using the models, we're using the relationships themselves. For example, if the application model has an environments relationship and the environment model has a deployments relationship, you may define a has many through relationship connecting the application and the deployments like so. So you have the through environments part has deployments. Then we return this through environments has deployments. Pretty much a seamless step. So it's just about relations, but not all the time. I don't think it has everything put through. Okay, so key conventions, right? Typical eloquent foreign key conventions will be used when performing the relationship queries. If you'd like to use to customize the keys of the relationship, you may pass them as a third and fourth arguments to the has many through method. The third argument is the name of the foreign key on the intermediate models, and the fourth argument is the name of the foreign key on the final model. The fifth argument is the local key, while the sixth argument is the local key of the intermediate module. So essentially what we're looking at, Sandra is almost. What we're looking at essentially is that we're trying to access now in triplicate form. We have companies, then departments, designations, employees. We're not trying to access through three other tables. Oh, not through one, sorry. We're not trying to access through one table. We're trying to access through two tables. And as we're trying to access through two tables, we've come to encounter that, of course, there's a one-to-one kind of situation between the company and the departments, and a one-to-many from the... the company has many departments, but the departments belongs to one company. At that point, we have the same relationship with the designations, and then from the designations, we have the same relationship with the employees. So declaring those relationships in a roll call kind of system is what I've done, essentially. Because I've come in and said that this company has designations like so. Through the designations, through the departments, we have designations. Now on the employees, through the designations, we have employees. So these designations have been declared from here. And now that's why we've been able to use the through method over here, and we've been able to get the employees that belong to this company. Now, looking at the lineup, we might not have that many users inside Tech Innovators. The reason I'm saying that is because now if we go back and see how we extracted the number of users here, we're going to come into Livewire, then we go to user dashboard, and then you can see we have auth user companies. But then when it comes to the company itself, we can see company designations, flatten up, employees count. Instead, what I'm going to do here is going to do company employees count, save that, and we have 12 employees. So Tech Innovators only has 12 employees. And on checking that, actually, when we seeded this data, the employees, if we go ahead and check that, so we created a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 15, 19, 23, 26, 31, 37, 40, 44, 40, 48, 48, 51, 57, 62. Oh, I'm tired. The math is too much. Okay, 52 here, and then 55, then 59, then 60, what? 59, then 60, 63. So we created a total of 63 employees, right? A total of 63 employees. From company one, we had a total of, there were supposed to be 37 employees. So I don't understand why, unless inside our designation seeder, we seeded data for multiple companies and some of them failed to seed, right? So if I come in here, let's go to profile. Sorry, sign out actually. Let's log in as John Doe. We have 12 employees here and 11 employees over here. So you see, we have multiple companies. We have Tech Innovators and Green Agriculture. Let's check Green Agriculture by selecting this plan and checking out. Then we pay. Okay. And then we go and check the employees. This one is showing Tech Innovators, yet we're on Green Agriculture. So that one is that's why we might also go haywire. Okay, so companies have employees through the designations. If I decided that this through departments. Through let's try those ones through designations. So through departments. So through departments has been declared over here. And then when we come to designations, then has employees. Okay. So if we refresh this, man. Unless this is enough. Because this is definitely giving me some employees already. And so through designations. Now designations through departments. Now departments has many department class. So has many. So maybe the foreign key inside the department class is what was wanting. And now we can check. Okay, so Innovators Limited is not the company at hand because this is Green Agriculture Co. So this relationship is fine. Now when we look at designations through departments, so we need to go to the department class and look at designations. This has many designation class, designation ID, that's fine. Employees. Let's try this through designations has employees. Let's try and find the bottom of this. Inside designations, you have employees, you have departments, belongs to that and has many on employees side. So now on employees side, we can come into here, belongs to designation, that's okay. And department through designation has department, that's okay. Company, and this through department has company. Okay. So now scope in company. Return query where has company, and then we can do all that. We can actually do all that. Wow. The one thing I would have wanted to do is this. We already have this coming in scope in company. We also have our dashboard playing around with, or our index playing around with the number of employees. So in this situation, what I would have done is employees. I'll do employee in company, and then I'll do get. Or I'll do where has full name. Or where row concat first name last name is like this search, and then I get, and then I paginate 10. Yeah, that's better. And then I can get rid of this, and now this in company. So this employees, when I go to employee and then I go to scope, I can change the scope. Where has company, and then from company I can do where has department. No, this is from the employee. So employee where has actually let's actually keep it like this. Yeah, so that one has failed. So where has designation, then where has, then we'll check department, and then we'll do another function inside here. Where has company, and then where ID is equal to not authenticated user ID but session current company ID. And now once we do that scope, let's see what happens. Okay, so we have 10 companies here. Why 10? Why 10? Because over here I have 11. I don't understand why I'm having 10 on this side, unless I've not enabled pagination. Now that will be in something else, so I need to come in here, enable those links. So it's supposed to be after the for each. So I'll do it underneath the table. Yeah, employees links. So yeah. So there are 36 employees here. So at least in company works, so the scope works. And given that the scope works, it means that all these other relationship functions are not working. All of them. It might be picking the first departments, because through takes how many? Okay, so I think on understanding the scope, I've already understood how to get through with scope. So now with scope, I don't think with scope I can do everything. I don't think I can do everything with scope, honestly. because this is the situation, yeah. I've come in here and done employee in company. And I can definitely search by there. I can search these employees. So I can come in here if I'm going to look for. Oh, there's some names that have been omitted here. It should be employee full name. Yeah. So if I come in here, I want to look for Baron Martabel. Like I can search now. Like this is quite nice. I can come in here and just use ID, so employee ID. And I can use this printer function. And I can use the format 04D with the percentage at the front. Yeah. So which means now, the way we are settled in, we might have to get rid of a few things. Inside company, we had this part for the employees. And what I wish to do, okay, so I've joined it like this. If I decided that now here where we are is, instead of doing this, we've established that is one way. We have a company here. So we come in and say this company employees were raw, and then we pagine it. And yeah, I think that should be it, because we have these companies. Where is it? Where's the amount? No, we don't have it. We'll call company over here. Yeah. And then we'll comment this one out, and then we'll see what works. So the inner joins are refusing. The inner joins are refusing. How about if we do all. What happens? So select from all from employees, inner join designations. Relationships with joins in Laravel. This is actually insane. Yo, this relationship's actually quite convenient. Wait. It just hit me. Inside departments, we could declare designations through employees, right? Now, if that is the situation, okay, then I guess then we can only use the context of these advances. I can say warehouse employee function queue where, so we can go back to warehouse company. Ooh, wait, hold on. I could do this. Right? I could legit do this. I can call the in company inside another scope. I could call a scope inside a scope. Let's actually try that. Let's actually try this. If this works, that's actually insane. So this definitely doesn't work. So I'm just going to go back to the index for employees. And now we'll use this one. Get rid of this one. Okay. And then if we go to admins, advances, sorry, and create a new one. Ooh, okay, great. That local key name. But then also inside, okay, let me just go back here. Let's reverse to have that here. And then inside our advances, the index works, so the create must also now start working. So employee, and this is where we are going to work it out. All right, all right. So, employee in company, search by full name, this search, get. No, that's frustrating. That is very frustrating. Wait, in company search by full name. Isn't that the function that we have over here, like with the concatenation? I mean, have we not done that here? Inside our index. Okay, so it means in an employee search by full name. All this time, man. So I don't understand how inside employees this is working, right? It's working very well. It's working very well. But now when we come to our unless it needs me to do, what does it need me to do? Inside create, instead of search by full name, I think I'll just put the where concat. And now when we go to advances, so go to salary advances and create new. So it's not working here. But it's working somewhere else. Huh? Let's close all and then we look at this again. Here it's working. Here it's not working. But here it's working. It's even using pagination. So how is it that in here it works, but in here it's decided to tell me, yo, dude, go to hell. Wow. It's using Illuminate Database Eloquent Relations. Is there something different here? I don't see anything different here. One is using get, the next one using paginate. Unless this one is supposed to be all. Term to read ID on array. Unless I can pass inside this inside collect. Okay, without using the in company. Yeah. Okay, and then let's not collect. Ah, this thing is giving me a headache, man. Giving me a big headache. At least I know this one works. And now if this one, that if I go to employees index, then if I change this where raw to search by full name and close it out here, then this will still work. So if I go ahead to employees overview and then start typing, what? Okay, so now, what? Unless search is, what search is live? What the hell? Okay, we'll just leave it like this, but we'll go back here and reverse. And when we reverse, okay, then I'll figure this out. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll have to do a new database structure at this point. But ladies and gentlemen, wow. Damn. I've looked at code for 7 hours straight. Coded for 5.5 hours straight. Like it's doing the thing in my mind. think it's time for me to rest. I'll see you guys in another 2 hours. I'll be releasing some few videos here and there. Damn. Who would have thought there's certain levels of redundancy that cannot be achieved? Which means I'll have to restructure the database, restructure a whole lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff. But I'm looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you guys in the next one. Please do indeed take care. As always, may God bless you all. Man, this has been a crazy one. It's been a crazy one. But I'm glad. I really am glad that I've been able to sit on this and, you know. And for the subscribers, C, thank you so much for joining. Siad, thank you for joining. Sneezy, thank you for joining. Yeah, man, I mean it's been a blast. It's been a blast. So Siad, I know you've probably slept by now, but we'll see you in the next stream. Next stream will be on Friday. Yeah, Friday 1 a.m. Let's go. All right. Oof, this is crazy. This is a crazy one.